Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Wednesday. It's day 15 of the Karen Read trial, and it's May 14th. We were supposed to do day 15 yesterday on May 13th, but there was a unexpected court cancellation. Lots of media reports were that Karen Read was feeling unwell, and that's why there was no court. That's not unusual. If one of the key participants in a case is unwell, they can't go forward without the defendant. It does happen. And when she was going into court this morning, reporters asked her if she was feeling better. So it seems that all of that reporting is accurate and that is why there was no court yesterday. There are rumblings about whether or not the niece and nephew of John O'Keefe will testify today. If they do, that will not be streamed, that will not be televised, that will not be covered until after their testimony with notes. So it is possible that those two witnesses are called and then there is a big gap in court today. We will see how relatively quickly that testimony goes, but it could be a half day. We're just going to have to wait and see. There's always lots happening. Trial is dynamic. We're going to go to court. We'll probably have time to chat more because it seems like court might just be, well, kind of up in the air today. So we're going to just be on this ride together. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I've got a cup of cappuccino because you never know what the day is going to bring. So the only thing I can do is adequately caffeinate. Like that's my plan for today. Emily, what's the plan for today? We're keeping the hair up. You never know what's going to happen. We're going to caffeinate adequately. That's what we're going to do. So Law Nerds, I missed you yesterday, but I hope you were productive. I was productive. Sometimes when you have that day off, it's hard to know what to do with yourself, but I took the opportunity to put away a pile of laundry that has been moving locations for like 2 weeks. So that is now into the closet instead of roaming surfaces, which is fantastic. And took some time to get the other things done because, well, I have a kiddo leaving for the entire summer in less than like 10 days. So, it's real busy at the Baker house because it's May-cember and everything is happening at once. But, you know, let's just go to court. Because at least for now, we've got that. We've got that. Let's just go to court. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. All right, you ready? You ready? And thank you everybody for riding with me. Let's just go to court. Let's get some hearies. Let's
bring the jury.
Oh, hold on. Our bring the jury.
Bring the jury.
Stepped on the hear yees. We can't step on the hear yees.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior
What's going to happen
for the
today?
country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance.
It's a long morning.
God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Okay.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. I appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences.
Trying to cut back on the sidebars.
Address issues that
Trying to cut back on the sidebars.
So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
All right. Let's see what the Commonwealth is going to do.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury.
He's so
is
quiet.
20.
Hold on. I can't hear him for anything this morning. I don't know how it sounds for y'all, but I'm going to try to gain that up a little bit and see if that helps because it is really hard to hear Brennan. All right, which is unusual for him.
The
There we go. Normally he's like yelling. And I want to hear the clips. Whatever clips we're playing. Even though they're going to be 30 seconds. All right. Dateline interview from October 18th, 2024.
This innuendo here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a...
Well, the sound in the courtroom sounds terrible. Thankfully, we have closed captioning, but that is really, really hard to hear.
This innuendo here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever...
I'm never breaking up with you. You're the best person I've ever... Oh, this would make more sense if they're going to call the niece and nephew, because the niece and nephew's testimony from notes from last time was that John and Karen were in the process of breaking up. So I imagine they're showing these clips to then bring in the testimony showing that they were, in fact, not doing well. This is the defendant's interview with ID on June 15th, 2024.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Well, for everyone who was asking for days, why didn't the defense start to argue that John confronted Brian Higgins? It seems that maybe it's because they knew that this clip was going to come in where Karen Reed said that John didn't see the text with Higgins and John wasn't the type that was just going to, quote unquote, lose it. I'm going to play that clip again. It's really hard to hear. And then I'm going to pause and narrate a little bit to try to help. It's very hard to hear the audio in court today, but I imagine the reason the defense did not argue the flip side of the Higgins and John text, and we saw the defense asking the questions of the investigator, but Higgins could have confronted John about it. But a lot of you in the chat asked, why didn't they ask about whether or not John O'Keefe saw the texts and confronted Higgins? And it seems that this is because this clip indicates exactly the opposite, and they're not going to ask the question of Karen Reed that contradicts what she's going to say, which, again, the defense and the prosecution have more information than we do. So there's times we ask, why wouldn't you do this? Well, because of this. Because of this. So let's take a look.
Would ask to show clip 19.
Okay. You can't hear the interviewer.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text.
She said, I don't know how John would know about my text with Brian.
And I'm not sure if he knew.
And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted.
He would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't.
She says, I think we would have broken up. So I don't know if John knew about my text with Brian. And if he did, I don't think he would have reacted very strongly. I mean, we would have broken up.
I think John would have lost it and...
I don't think John would have, and then she does the quotes, lost it.
Caused a fight. I I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
She said, I didn't feel that John's emotions got really strong with me. Well, the Commonwealth might not have to call Higgins to clear up whether or not John had an issue with him because of that clip. She's like, we would have broken up. We would have broken up. Interesting. All right, let's continue on.
Thank you.
So that might be filling the gap of the Commonwealth not bringing in Higgins, because you have Karen Reed's own words saying, I don't think John knew about the text. His emotions didn't get strong with me. I think we probably would have broken up. And I don't think he would have had a strong reaction.
Sure.
Interesting.
All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
All right. And so this will not be streamed. John's niece's name has already been in these court proceedings numerous times. So this will not be streamed. How long it will not be streamed for, that is really the question. That is the question. So we have, well, we have a holding pattern of OnlyFan. And we're going to have a holding pattern of OnlyFan for a little bit. So I don't remember how long this testimony lasted last time. There was very little cross-examination. If Brennan is smart, this will be pretty quick testimony. So what I'm going to do is bring up the motions that we haven't gotten to cover and then see where we're at based on the news reporting from court and see where we're at with those witnesses. Their testimony is not being live shared. So yeah, those testimonies aren't being shared live. We won't have them till after. What we know from last trial with the testimony of John O'Keefe's niece and nephew was about the nature of the relationship. I just have to wonder if after they bring John O'Keefe's niece and nephew in to testify about the fact that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were maybe breaking up, were arguing, were talking about breaking up, if they bring in the testimony from Aruba, which is subject of one of the motions we're going to bring in. So with that, this feed has completely stopped. The OnlyFan is frozen, which is bad. The OnlyFan is frozen, which is not good. So give me one moment. I wonder if they told them to cut the cameras. Nope, the OnlyFan's up on this feed. All right. Mingling the same feed, different tab. I don't know. New tab, who this? So I'm going to keep an eye on the OnlyFans so that when we're back to court, we know that we're back to court. I know chat will tell me, but there's been a couple trials where that just got trolled, and now I have I'm gun shy about it a little bit. So I'm going to keep the OnlyFan up and make sure that I have an eye on that so that when court resumes, we have it. So KJ in the chat asked, why are we using children to analyze an adult relationship? They're not using children to analyze the relationship. They are using children. Well, calling minors is always an interesting choice, but they are using the niece and nephew to talk about what they heard and what they saw in the household, what John O'Keefe said to them, because John O'Keefe cannot testify for himself. So the people who John O'Keefe spoke to about his relationship or saw those conversations in the household are going to come in. And the only people that were in the household that saw it were the niece and nephew. So the niece and nephew are going to come in. But I think that last clip of Karen Reed is going to undermine the defense's argument about whether or not there was animus there. Now, remember, the jury has not seen Brian Higgins come in and testify. The jury has seen Brian Higgins on video walk all around Canton PD, but their notion of Brian Higgins is what they saw in the text messages and what they saw on the video. They don't know much more about Brian Higgins. So I wouldn't be surprised if the jury is at this point not convinced that Brian Higgins would confront John O'Keefe, because what's in the text message is, which jurors could interpret as, well, I guess we're done with that. And there's numerous texts where Karen is saying, no, John likes you. And he's like, okay, good. I like him too. And you now have clips of Karen Reed saying that this wouldn't have pissed John off. We would have broken up, but it wouldn't have pissed him off like that. So if John is not going to engage with that, and the jury doesn't have anything other than defense questioning that Brian Higgins would, it'll be interesting to see if the defense chooses to call Higgins. I think for me, that particular clip solidifies that the Commonwealth will not call Brian Higgins. That's my supposition. Is that gospel? No, that's one lawyer sitting one place looking at this, saying, you know what? We'll see how this plays out. But I think based on what we've seen the Commonwealth do, I don't think they will call Brian Higgins. Boss Lady Ross said, but Karen and John were loving on each other that night. The jury saw the video. They have no testimony about them being quote unquote lovey-dovey like they did last time. They saw them that way, but they also saw all of the texts of Karen and John, and they've heard clips of Karen saying that she was pissed at him. So yes, they were in the videos. You can see that they were hugging and like kissing on a cheek and kissing when they greeted. You can, but you also have all of those text messages where they were fighting. And I'm sure everyone's been in a situation where you fight, you try to put it aside for the night, even if you're still upset. And then you've got those clips of interviews with Karen saying, yeah, I was pissed. The jury is not going to see things the way that everyone has seen it watching this case and watching all the pretrial motions. It is going to be a different perspective for them because there are things that they do not know yet. That may change, but as the jury is walking through this, it is, I think the perception of the jury and the perception of those that know more about the case are at large potential to be skewed. And remember, the majority of the jury last trial was leaning towards a conviction on count 2. So it is hard, I think, knowing all the pretrial motions, the first trial, seeing these witnesses, to come into a second trial in the eyes of a fresh jury. It is very hard to do. And so I have been trying to parse down how a jury might see things despite how I might see things, because, well, it's my job to see a case the way a jury sees a case based on what they're presented and based on what the other side is presenting or might present. Should we get to some of the motions? I think we should get to some of the motions. Because we absolutely need to. Also, chat, I've seen a lot of questions about other cases outside of this case. I'm not covering breaking news today. I'm not covering other cases today. Everything will be in the Emily Show podcast. We will talk about it in the app a little bit later if we have time. But today I am covering this, and that is what I'm covering. That's what I do when we are in trial. I cover what is in front of us that day. So do yourself a favor and do me and the mods a favor. No, I am covering this today. That's what I'm going to cover today. And if we have a longer break, then we will take a little bit of a break and get stuff done. So I appreciate it, law nerds, but we're not going to jump around into other cases while we are in this case. So let us get into those motions, and let me double check and see if there's anything that I didn't grab. So I know there's lots of questions about other cases. I appreciate you. We're not doing it while I'm on stream. And that is how I've done it when I've streamed trials since I started streaming trials on this channel. Because it's, well, A, it's impossible then for people to go back and find me talking about the other case buried in the middle of this case. And B, it requires me to switch gears too fast. And I am focused on this. The ADHD gear shifting is not going to happen today. It's just not. So that's where I'm at on that, and I appreciate it. So for those of you that are new here, that is a long-standing rule. And for those of you that have been around, you're like, yes, that is That is a long-standing rule. We are not going to get blindsided by breaking news. Motions in Lemonade. Yeah, I know, but that's we're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about it when I cover things going on outside of this criminal case, but we're not going to do it this moment. We're going to talk about the motions that were filed in this case that we did not get to on Monday. So outside of this case means not in this case. So anything that is not specifically this case, we're not covering today. So, Laura asked, when are we recording the Emily show this week? I don't know. It really is going to depend on court and how long it takes me to catch up on Diddy stuff. I have a lot on my plate this week, so I do not know. I wish I knew this far in advance. I just don't. Would it be great if I did? Sure. Do I? No. Let's pull up these docket items and take a look at all of these motions that we did not have a chance to take a look at before. And I'm going to need to keep an eye on motions and the fan. I wish I could add 2 different inputs to our stream setup here. It would be so nice if I could just add 2 different ones so I could have them in the control room, but I can't. So I'm going to have to go back and forth. That's all right. Megalina, you'll let me know. Which is, oh, you know what I can do? I know what I can do. Hold on. Let's do this instead. Are we switching gears a little bit? Yeah, we're switching gears a little bit. We are switching gears a little bit. Is that hard? Sometimes. But I want to keep an eye on the fan as well. So I'm going to make sure I have that pulled up in a separate window so it's easy for me. And then we, at some point in time, we will be all caught up. Let's get to motions. So we are waiting on court to come back because they are going through the testimony of John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. I imagine with Brennan, it will be shorter testimony. Michelle, if you ever choose to become a member on this channel and you see me record the podcast behind the scenes, we verbally process. We talk ourselves through everything. We just talk about it through everything. I'm going to hold on to questions too, because once we get through the motions, we'll do questions. So let's pull up these motions. So we're going to look at the motions that were filed Monday, and the court was like, you didn't email them to me. Look, man, simple rules of practice. Always keep the court in the loop. Always keep the court in the loop. Keep the court in the loop. Keep the clerk in the loop. Keep them in the loop. Keep them in the loop. Just keep them in the loop. That's it. That's it. Keep them in the loop. That's all. But the court made known that she had not received these prior to getting on the bench, which would really piss the court off. So I'm going to, Megalina, will you put a pinned message that John O'Keefe's niece and nephew are testifying, so court is not being live streamed at the moment. Here's what I think we're going to do. I'm going to take a look first at the Commonwealth's motion regarding Aruba, and then we will go from there because the Bowden defense information, I think we will, I think it's kind of sorted itself out at this point. And on a time, not knowing how much time we have or don't, I think that one is the most pressing and is the one that we are most likely to see come up, probably today. So we're going to take a look at that. Let's pull up the Commonwealth's motion. Let me move myself because now we're back to documents. It's been a minute. It's now I have to learn how to stream, not a trial. The Commonwealth's motion to introduce additional evidence of the nature of the defendant and the victim's relationship. That is what we were doing right now. The other two motions were regarding the Bowden defense. The Bowden defense is what I think is the defense's strongest argument in this case, which is, look at all this other stuff that the Commonwealth could have looked at. Look at all this other stuff the police could have evaluated, and they didn't. How can you convict somebody after that? So that's the Bowden defense in summation. That defense involves being able to ask officers about police procedure, about what they did, what they didn't do, the leads they followed, the leads they didn't follow. But that, I think, really concluded with Bukhenik for the most part. So we'll see if we need to get back to those motions. This motion is regarding Aruba. For those of you that are like, hey, what's Aruba? This is Aruba. This is Aruba. And for those of you just coming in, hi. There is testimony happening in court right now that is not being aired. And that is because it is the testimony of minors. So their testimony will not be streamed. That testimony will go to the nature of the relationship between John and Karen Reed and things that John said to his niece and nephew before he died, which is a hard thing. Commonwealth's motion to introduce additional evidence of the nature of the defendant and victim's relationship. The Commonwealth moves to admit any testimony through percipient witnesses that observed it, who observed the defendant and victim's volatile and hostile relationship as it existed at the time of the victim's death. 4 weeks prior to the murder, the defendant became enraged at the victim for speaking to a female friend who was on their group vacation in Aruba and accused the victim of having an affair. This incident was observed by numerous individuals who will testify to their personal observations of the incident, as well as statements of the defendant in the immediate aftermath. Evidence of a defendant's prior bad acts, quote, may be admissible to prove opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, pattern of operation, or common scheme or course of conduct, as long as the probative value of the evidence is not outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice. Remember, the Commonwealth had said they weren't going to bring this up. I had said that that was a good idea. That's a good idea. And after the Higgins texts, the Commonwealth is like, by the way, we're going to bring it up. Now we're going to bring it up. I think the reason the Commonwealth wants to bring it up is because they want to negate in part the texts from Higgins where Karen Reed is talking about this incident over New Year's. Aruba and New Year's, use them synonymously. And I also think they want to show a pattern of a large response on Karen's part to this situation because it gives context through the eyes of the Commonwealth to the voicemails. However, what the defense is going to say is, right, Karen got upset. This will be the defense's argument if they even address it. Karen got upset and she yelled at him because when she gets upset, she yells at him because she's upset. And so she yelled. How was John O'Keefe hit by a car? And what the Commonwealth is going to say is, see, this was the final straw. She was upset. She yelled at him. And because she was so upset, well, we don't have their theory of how this happened yet, but if it's tracking last trial, and then she backed up her car, hit him with it, and left. Do I personally think that the Aruba incident shows motive for murder? No. But I have a very hard time wrapping my head around the second-degree murder charge. Why did the Commonwealth bring it? I don't know. I don't think it's a good charge. And if you have the vehicular on, like the DUI vehicular for count 2, you don't need to get into any of this. So, Ashley in the chat said, didn't they say she apologized and paid for everyone's dinner? They did. They did. Look, I think the reason that they're bringing it in is to show, or to try to negate what Karen Reed said in the text to Higgins. But if they're not going to bring in Higgins, they're not going to have Higgins saying, look, I wasn't mad about this. I was just kind of wanting to see where it was going to go. I mean, but either way, you've got text messages in now showing that Higgins considered himself and John O'Keefe to be friendly, and he's still texting back. So, you know, I don't know. It's really going to depend on how the Commonwealth puts this evidence in and how the Commonwealth portrays this evidence. But I also think that I think that the Commonwealth going with the enraged girlfriend as motive for murder is just going to fall a bit flat for them, if that's what they're going with. And in their opening, they said, we're going with the science. Okay, it's day 15. I would like some science now. I have been patient. We've seen blood alcohol. I'm not quibbling that Karen Reed was drunk. Sure. But can you tell me what happened? Okay, Karen Reed is mad. Okay, Karen Reed is mad. Sure. I don't know. I imagine these prosecutors have to have seen murder cases where people weren't mad. Like it's not like it's mutually exclusive. She's mad is just not going to do it for me. That's just me. It might for some. We'll see. So they want to bring in that this was a volatile relationship. Okay. They were mad at each other. They go on to say that 4 weeks, number of weeks, 4 weeks prior to the murder, the defendant became enraged at the victim for speaking to a female friend who was on their group vacation in Aruba and accused the victim of having an affair. This incident was observed by numerous individuals who will testify to their personal observations of the incident. Numerous. Don't call numerous. Don't call numerous. Kelsey Stinson in the chat said, for me, the she's mad was her planning on hooking up with Higgins, not murder. Kelsey, you make an excellent point. And you know who said the same thing? Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper B, said the same thing. Trooper B said the same thing in his testimony. He said, I thought she wanted revenge to emotionally hurt John, to get back at him by hooking up with the ATF agent. That's exactly what Bukhenik said. Don't call numerous individuals on this, but we'll see. This incident was observed by numerous individuals who will testify to their personal observations of the incident as well as to statements of the defendant in the immediate aftermath. Evidence of the defendant's prior bad acts may be admissible. We read that. Intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, pattern of operation. Probative value can't be outweighed by the risk of unfair prejudice. The court is going to weigh this balancing test, especially after the text messages, that this evidence, the probative value does outweigh the risk of unfair prejudice. The court is going to balance it that way because of the texts and because the texts already came in and because the defense admitted them. The determination to admit such evidence based on timelines, place, character, or probative value is one for the trial judge to make. Sure. I think that if the Commonwealth wants to bring this, the court brings it in. Evidence of the quote-unquote Aruba incident was proffered by the defendant through a series of texts. Yep. Your Honor, the defense asked about it, not us. And they proffered it through a series of text messages between the defendant and Brian Higgins, thus opening the door for the Commonwealth to rebut the defendant's misleading and inaccurate claims about what had occurred weeks prior in Aruba. However, if it goes to her state of mind, then doesn't it only matter what she thinks about what happened? Like, when you get to state of mind, it doesn't really matter if she's right. Like, we're not having a trial about whether John and his police partner's widow's sister and him hooked up. Like, we're not trying to prove whether that happened or didn't happen. They're trying to prove Karen's behavior. But what she thinks happened is more important than what did happen. So, let's see. This incident in Aruba seems to also be the turning point in the relationship, as the defendant told Brian Higgins that her relationship with the victim was a quote unquote very fucked up situation. I didn't even say that like Alan Jackson. A very fucked up situation. You didn't see the first trial. It will become clear at some point. Don't worry. And accused the victim of having, quote, hooked up with another girl while in Aruba. Emily, you thought you were going to have more court today to drink your coffee. Yep, sure did. Sure did. In the January 29th, 2022 voicemails previously entered into evidence, the defendant screams at the victim for apparently, quote unquote, fucking another girl. Yeah, she kept thinking that was happening, and repeatedly refers to the victim as a pervert, which also, why, I don't know, because she was mad and drunk. I have no idea. There's also been evidence that prior to arriving at 34 Fairview Road, there was reference to a woman the victim used to date. Bella's mom is just, there's no escaping this trial for Bella's mom. This is the most small town type shit with like, and you used to hook up with the woman that lived down the street whose kids in the same classes. It's just. The defendant proffered the entirety of the text messages between herself and Brian Higgins. They sure did, including the defendant's admissions about her feelings towards the victim and the nature of the relationship. The evidence proffered by the defendant also demonstrated a continuing animosity in the weeks and days prior to the victim's death. The jury should be permitted to hear from the witnesses to this quote unquote Aruba incident, who will rebut the characterizations made by the defendant to Higgins. Such testimony will be offered through Laura and Marietta Sullivan, Aaron O'Keefe, and Juvenile KF. Oh, and then they're going to call Aaron O'Keefe. That is John O'Keefe's brother's wife. Oh, not all. And Juvenile KF is on the stand now. So it might be that they call all of these witnesses today. This might be the day that we are going to have with Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Aaron O'Keefe, and Juvenile KF. So. Okay. I saw a number of, so was this allowed since KF is already testifying? Kaylee, I'm going to take a look at the docket, but KF would have been testifying and can be testifying about other things. They might have decided this, well, they had a Zoom call yesterday that was closed to the public, so nobody knows what happened. They might have decided this yesterday on Zoom. The court is going to allow this after those text messages. If the court has officially put that in writing or just said it to the parties, the court is going to allow this. Amanda asked, she was also in court, how there were some exclusions from the sequestration order, and Aaron O'Keefe, if she is in court for the testimony of KF, Laura Sullivan, and Marietta Sullivan, that would be a problem. If she is in court for any other testimony, it might be part of the carve out from the sequestration order because there were limitations for the victim's family. That is not uncommon that they are allowed to be in the courtroom. It's something that we're seeing argued in Idaho. There's a lot going on in Idaho, but you've seen this argument in Idaho too. If you watched those last hearings with me, the defense was arguing that Koberger's family should be allowed to be in court. and that they should not be subject to the sequestration order. And the prosecution there pushed back a little bit, and the court said, figure it out, call them first or let them sit in court. They're not recipient witnesses to what happened in Idaho. They were in Pennsylvania. So you have a choice, prosecution. Call them first, out of order, or they can sit in court and you can be fine with it. That's basically what Judge H did. So we'll see. Paige asked, seriously, why would the judge allow if the texts weren't brought in for the truth of the statements? The texts were brought in to develop whether or not law enforcement should have followed the lead of Brian Higgins. This can come in multiple ways. One of the ways the prosecution will argue is to rebut whether or not they should have looked at Brian Higgins as a lead. So the prosecution can argue, look, they had this information. So they didn't believe what Karen was saying to Brian Higgins. Will that be persuasive to the jury? No. Is the court going to allow this in? Yeah, the court's absolutely going to allow this in. And as an attorney, you have to decide if the jury is going to hate it more than it's going to be helpful to them. And if the jury hates it and you bring it in, they're going to be sitting there going, okay, but what? Okay, but what? Okay. It feels like a side quest to me. But I can understand that the prosecution wants to answer this question. Here's where let's finish the motion. Emily, hold that thought. We're holding that thought. We're holding that thought. We're holding that thought in our head. In a domestic violence homicide, evidence such as prior disputes are relevant to show the, quote, volatile nature of the relationship between the defendant and the victim in the weeks and months preceding the murder, and to explain the defendant's intent and state of mind towards the victim. And then they cite case law regarding that proposition in numerous other cases. For the rest of the page, I'm going to skip over their recitation of case law. Moreover, quote, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule calls for evidence of a murder victim's state of mind as proof of the defendant's motive to kill the victim when there is also evidence that the defendant was aware of the state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. I think the defense will argue the defendant's awareness, but this is also where John's niece and nephew come in. Was the defendant aware that John O'Keefe was thinking of breaking up? Despite what she said in the clips, the testimony of those living in the house might differ. Evidence of defendant's prior conduct is permissible and highly probative to show the defendant's state of mind, to show the defendant's motive, to show... Why is this sentence written this way? Sir, I am not an English scholar by any means and live and die by Grammarly, but why? Just why? The court knows what you mean. Evidence of the defendant's prior conduct is permissible and highly probative to show the defendant's state of mind, motive, pattern of behavior towards the victim, in particular as demonstrated by the previously admitted evidence that the defendant would become enraged and accuse the victim of cheating on her, and the nature of the defendant and the victim's relationship. Massachusetts courts have repeatedly admitted evidence of prior bad acts to demonstrate a hostile relationship between the defendant and victim because the hostility is relevant to the defendant's motive to harm or kill the victim. And then they go on to cite case law in Massachusetts for that proposition. The Commonwealth, they say, is entitled to present a full picture as full a picture as possible of the events surrounding the incident. Here's where that goes south if you're the Commonwealth. Here's where that goes south. If you are the Commonwealth and you are trying to present the fullest picture of what was happening in this case, and then you do not call Higgins anyone with the last name Albert, anyone who lived in the house at 34 Fairview, anyone else that was at the waterfall, not all, just one. Proctor, will the jury feel like you are not presenting them all of the information? I can't imagine how a jury sits there if they get into all the Aruba testimony, which I think they're going to, and if they then choose to not call Higgins. I don't know how a jury squares that. Okay, you want us to go down this side quest, but like, bring the dude from the video. What is he doing with the cars? Can someone explain it? Where's this Proctor guy? So weird. I've heard his name a lot. And if you're the defense, do you just go, look, we went on a whole side quest about people drinking too much on vacation on New Year's, but you haven't heard from, and then just like name them. So what is the Commonwealth really showing you about this case? You just leave so much room to argue if that's the choice. I don't know if that's the choice. Proctor's all bad for the Commonwealth. The only question with Proctor is it worse if they don't call him? And I think the answer is yes. But I think that answer changes if you call Brian Higgins. Is Brian Higgins also bad for the Commonwealth? Yeah. But there's also things I think that are helpful. Is it more helpful than harmful? With that video, probably not. But at some point, if your job as the Commonwealth, which it is to let the jury decide what the truth is, what the facts are, and what happened, then don't you need to show them everything? Well, everything that is legally proper evidence. And the more you withhold from the jury, I think it leans towards pissing off the jury. Their job is to decide which witnesses are credible. Their job is to decide what happened here. And how can they do that if you do not give them all the information, including the information that isn't good for your case? Because you know what you can do if you're the Commonwealth and there's information that's not good for your case? You know what you can do? Not bring the case. You can just not. 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 But if you're going to bring the case and the jury feels like you are hiding witnesses from them, I don't know how you overcome that. I don't know how you overcome that. Especially when you've charged an intentional homicide. Like, this is not just a manslaughter case. I might feel different if it was a manslaughter, but if it's just a manslaughter, you don't go on all these side quests anyway. This case is a lot shorter if it's just a manslaughter. A lot shorter. Like a lot shorter. But they don't want to do that. You're all going to say, why don't they want to do? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The Commonwealth is entitled to present as full a picture as possible of the events surrounding the incident. Y'all just keep that in your mind so we can start asking where our full picture is. We'll see what we get when we get to the end of this case. Where the defendant has opened the door, it is especially significant for the jury to understand that it was the defendant who repeatedly refused to accept the victim's desire to terminate. Dude, just Grammarly. Who repeatedly refused to accept the victim's desire to terminate their relationship. The defendants made repeated hostile accusations that the victim was having an affair and that there was an established pattern of hostility occurring in the weeks and days preceding the murder. Bro. For all the aforementioned reasons, prior misconduct and evidence of domestic violence should be admissible in the trial. I think characterizing that, okay. The other motions we have are the Bowden motions. I just want to take a look at the docket real quick. For all of you that said goat scream on the grammar, look, typos happen. I get it, but some of those aren't even typos. They're just like, what? So do I think it'll come in? I do think it'll come in. I think it will be allowed to come in. I want to take a look at the docket real quick. So let me pull that up. Why? Because, well, there is testimony going on in court that is not being streamed because it is the testimony of John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. They were both in court today. We heard them call the niece to the witness stand, and that is not allowed to be streamed. So, we are here hanging out for a little bit until we get there. Well, until they're done, maybe. But I want to take a look and see if the docket has any update on that, because I didn't see one this morning. That doesn't mean it didn't get docketed or pop up on the docket afterwards. So let me just pull the docket up real quick. And let's see. Sarah said, do you think the defense purposely baited the Commonwealth to get Aruba in? I don't think so. I think the defense has been very good at focusing on their own case and not focusing on whatever the Commonwealth is doing in response to that. They're like, this is the information they want. And they've been really focused on that. I think that you've got to run your own race in trial. The defense has a little bit of room to be more responsive and flexible because they don't carry the burden of proof. So they can shift things in a way different than the Commonwealth. If a prosecution continues to shift their case all over the place, the jury's like, if you're not confident in what happened, how am I supposed to be confident in what happened? So particularly when it comes to the prosecution, they need to just focus on their own case. So no, I don't think the defense was trying to make the prosecution do anything. I think the defense is like, we're putting this information in, do what you want. I don't care. And the prosecution doesn't help themselves by trying a case in response to what the defense may or may not do. They have to focus on their own case. And they've done that better. They've done that better this trial than they did last trial. All right, let's look at the docket real quick. I'm going to put this up on screen in just a second. Nope. Not the tickler, the docket. Come on, website. And yes, tickler is actually a part of a court docket. I'm not just being fresh. It's pending things. I'm not just being cheeky. It's actually a thing. Let's see. This is not going to want to share screen. Let's see. Motion to introduce evidence. There's no opposition to that. There's no ruling on that on the docket. It doesn't mean that there may not be. But nope. No ruling on that. No ruling on that on the docket. That doesn't mean it won't pop up on the docket. It doesn't mean that the court did not do that at sidebar. Again, the court allowed this in last time. The defense hadn't opened the door then. It was allowed in on the Commonwealth's motion. The Commonwealth said they weren't going to do that this time unless something happened and they were responding to it. So, Gallants in the chat asked, Emily, does the minor testifying in private apply to the age that they were or only the age that they currently are or both? It really can vary by jurisdiction, but both. Also, if someone was a minor when it happened and is maybe just 18, I don't know. I haven't looked into John O'Keefe's niece and nephew. I hope that the internet does not. I'm sure people who are local know them because they live locally and go to school locally and what have you, but they've been through enough. And what they don't need is all of this. They can also have their testimony protected because of their age now or because of their age at the time. That would vary depending on circumstance. I think it's appropriate in this circumstance. I'm not pressed by it, but then again, I look at things more through the lens of a lawyer than through the lens of like a journalist. And journalists yesterday in like the Diddy case were fighting over whether or not some of those videos should be sealed or made public. I could never make that argument. Like I could never make that argument. I couldn't. I'm like, no, seal it. I'm fine with it being sealed. There's stuff in court that should be sealed. Would I be fighting for like the media wants it? Yeah, okay. Tough. Something should be sealed. This is appropriate to seal. And they haven't sealed the courtroom. They've allowed reporters to be in the courtroom so that what is said can be shared. That's good enough for me. Maybe I should have different feelings about it. I just don't. That's good enough for me. They should not have to have their internet or their testimony streamed and broadcast. I'm completely fine with that, especially because reporters are in the courtroom. There's observation of it. There will be transcripts down the road. It should be. Let's see. I'm going to take a look real quick at a few things and see if I have any update of where we are at, because right now where we are at in court is, hold on, just in case you missed it, because I know that you do. You don't really. We are still at OnlyFan. We are still just at OnlyFan. So that is where we are at this find. I should just move that. Should we just move it to the bottom and should we like have our little comfort fan down here in the bottom? Hold on. No, I tried to change the layout and it didn't work. Hold on. Let me see. We're going to change our view around. We're going to answer some questions and then we're going to figure it out from there because we have to. Hold on. Where did it go? I want my layout back. Give me back my layout. Where did it go? So annoying. You're inevitably going to ask, Emily, are we almost done with our new streaming software? Yes, chat, we are almost done with our new streaming software. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. So there we are. Angel said, just joined. What did I miss? They played 2 clips of Karen Reed, and then they have testimony happening of John O'Keefe's niece that is happening in court now, but is not streamed or shared until after. Reporters are allowed to take notes. And I saw numerous reporters say they are allowed to share it after the testimony, and that they're not allowed to live report. I've seen some contradictions on that. It is what it is. I don't expect that we will get a live recitation of that. So let's see. I'm going to take a look at a few other places, and then we'll go from there. Let's see. Because streaming is dynamic, and everyone I have looked at that I know that is in the courtroom is not sharing that information. So that's what I'm saying. But also I have, like, there's a few sources that I will go to that I'm like, okay, I believe that they are representing things accurately. There are other sources where I'm like, I don't know if I would consider that a source. So I tend to vet things through multiple sources from different networks, not like numerous reporters that work at affiliate networks of the same network, because then that's all one source. I try to look for multiple unrelated sources to find that information. That is my goal always before I give information on one thing or another. That is how I do that. So let me check one other place. Yeah, I don't see anyone bringing us any information other than that. So we are only fanned. We're going to answer some questions, and then we'll see. Let's get to some questions. Why not? Why? Because we're here. Yeah, Miguelina, I agree. It's not there on the court. Emily says, how's many of the 45 months have been Karen Reed trials? Well, 3 months last time, and not fully 3 months. How many weeks was it last time? 9 weeks of testimony, 10 weeks of testimony. So 2.5 last time. And then we're in 3 weeks of testimony now. So Mercedes said, hoping there is court today. I'm now updating my hopes to hoping there is court today that we can see. Sarah said, finally caught up. Thank goodness for a day off. I mean, you take the time to do the work that you can when you have the time. I should also mention, for those of you that are like, are we just killing time for a minute? Yeah, we're just waiting. We're waiting for them to be done with this testimony. It should be quick. But when witnesses are back on the stand that are being streamed, I will let you know in the Lawnert app. If you need 30 minutes to go take care of stuff, go take care of it. You won't miss a thing. Turn on your notifications and you will hear from us the moment we are back. P squared, A-Town, just kidding. EDB, what happened to the former juror turned defense lawyer? The former alternate juror that is a defense lawyer for Karen Reed's team has been in the courtroom with them day in, day out. Do I think that they will do much in front of the jury? No, but they are, they're in the courtroom day in, day out. Let's see. Oh, hold on. The fan is moving. The fan is moving. Let's let the app know. And we have another witness on the stand. Look at us. We're going back to court. It was pretty quick. I thought it would be pretty quick. There's not going to be cross-examination of those witnesses. So let's go back to court.
Bring the jury.
Look at us. Emily, are you most excited that you can eat your breakfast now because you're not going to be talking nonstop? Yeah. Yeah, I am. So we're going back to court. We got to go through the motion that I think is going to be granted. We'll see if it is multiple witnesses that testify today regarding Aruba, and we'll see who's on the stand now.
Please hold swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
God, it just sounded like a dinosaur in court when they're grabbing the neck of the microphone. It's Jurassic freaking Park. All right, we're gonna have to figure out who this witness is. I missed the Commonwealth calling this witness, but that doesn't look like Aaron O'Keefe or either of the women from Aruba. Excuse me, sir, who are you?
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
What?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, this is going to be some sort of a scientific and or technical expert because Adam Lally is doing the examination. So some type of an expert and or it might be the foundation from Ring. Because Lally, they had made a motion about the foundation from Ring.
Morning, sir.
So it might be that
Could
foundation.
you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, sir. Who are you?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
Oh,
And how long?
Sir, I don't think we saw you. I don't think we saw you last trial. Lori, we covered the clips when they aired in court.
How long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
What?
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law.
Chad, I agree. We would have remembered
criminal
him.
procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency.
New trooper, who this? Chad, I know we would have remembered. I know we would have remembered him. Let's find out what this dude is. He's just like great.
Vehicle operations.
Here we are, just
etc.
great. Who said he looks like sad
Now,
John
when you
Cena?
initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I don't want to be
I was
here
originally
today.
assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section
Sir,
in
we have
2020, and I spent 3 years in that
Not
unit.
actually John Cena.
And what
y'all.
specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program
Crime
hosted by the
Scene
State Police.
Services.
It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints.
You know, the lion's share of a year, those are big cat paws to track. Emily, are you now going to relate all trials back to cats? Yeah, obviously. Crime Scene Services? Crime Scene Services? Where were you? Where have you been, sir?
Biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework,
Not Mighty Morphin Power
processing
Rangers,
techniques,
chat.
evidence collection,
Different.
and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The crime scene services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton.
So you've like lived a mass
the
your
trooper
whole
on call
life,
for that
though.
24-hour period covers that entire region.
Like Matt, you just, you know.
Now, sir, were you working with the State
All
Police
mass
Crime
all the
Scene
time.
Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police?
Were you there to process the car? How do you feel about solo cups? How do you feel about solo cups? Now we know. It's so frustrating to me when we don't know why the witness is relevant. And then we have to get to the witness being relevant. Canton PD. You went to Canton PD.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
That's the car.
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the Police
documenting
Department.
a search warrant? Like
And
making
who
a
do you recall
report
being
about
present
it?
during your time at the Canton Police
Wow.
Department and during that search warrant execution?
We love a report.
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Harnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc.
Okay.
He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or
Rulers?
items that will be collected.
How helpful.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Harnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placard.
What? What in the YouTube nonsense is happening? I'm sure everybody that's ever watched anything on YouTube knows exactly what that looks like. All right, well, we're going to go grab a different feed, because this is what I'm getting now from that feed. That's interesting. That's interesting. The nice thing is we're a little bit behind real time, so we can go figure it out. For those of you asking about why the person who processed the car isn't testifying, don't worry, they will. This is just the person who documented it and wrote the report. And since police procedure is a big topic in this trial, they are going to have the person who did the reports testify as well. Give me 1 second while we grab a different feed. because I want a feed with, I'm very picky. We need feeds with closed captioning. We need feeds that don't have stuff all over the place. That whole feed is gone. Thanks, Miguelina. We'll grab
the
this
vehicle
one.
at that time.
I wonder what I just wonder what happened. So this one does not have closed captioning. Miguelina, will you keep looking and see if we can find another one? And maybe when we switch witnesses, we can get back to closed captioning. But let me try to get to where we were in this trooper's riveting testimony. No offense, trooper. It's just all procedural. Thanks, Miguelina. All right. Well, the team is looking for that. We've got Lally on direct. That whole feed is down.
And was it what?
Wild. That's just wild to me. All right, it's very hard to make sure we're in the right place when I can't look at the closed captioning and see if we're in the right place. But streaming is dynamic. Kelly, that's a no. They put all kinds of stuff up on their lower third and QR codes and all the rest of it. It's too distracting. Did they copyright strike you? No, it's not. This is not a me issue. It was the feed that is completely gone from Boston 10. Like the Boston 10 feed is just gone.
Upon your right.
So it has nothing to do with me. I was just using that feed, and that feed is gone. So no, this isn't a me issue.
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
Yeah, the feed definitely got rehomed.
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant
We're
that
going to
was
have a
being
little
executed
overlap
on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Harnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
Y'all, I don't think another channel claimed NBC 10. It is probably a technical issue. So no rumors in the chat. No rumors. Also, these feeds aren't copyrightable. So though sometimes we have quirks with copyright, that didn't look like a copyright issue. That looked like somebody took it down. So no, we don't know. Will we find out? Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. No, don't start rumors in chat. No rumors in the chat. We'll just figure it out. Also, pool for this case is court TV cameras. They are the pool.
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Jokes are fine.
Namely,
no
it was
rumors.
Karen Reed's vehicle.
Don't
Where
make.
was that
I'll
vehicle
start. I'll
located
start
within,
singing
the Kansas
Lindsay
Police
Lohan.
It was in the garage bay.
Don't make me.
Now, can you describe to the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization
Victoria, this is the most
of that
likely
vehicle that morning?
Yes.
Just to reorient to where
Typically
we are
upon arrival.
after nonsense. They did not process Karen Reed's vehicle until February 1st. So this trooper was on scene as the vehicle was being processed, and he was documenting it. He was the one documenting what was going on while it was being processed by the crime scene analyst, and that crime scene analyst will testify probably after this.
I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now on
we're
this
caught
occasion,
up.
you mentioned Maureen Harnett from the crime
But
lab
you know
was present
what?
there as well.
Now that we're caught up, I can actually put him at 1.25. And then as we get to cross-examination of this witness, we can shift if we need to a feed,
Correct,
to a
sir.
different feed
And what
if they're back
did you
up.
observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is...
All right, sir, you need to go back to normal speed because otherwise I'm not going to be able to focus on what the fuck a friction ridge impression is. Also, I'm going to need to just take notes and send them to like SJM because I feel like we've jumped out of crime scene processing and into the second audible account.
It's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands of the feet.
God damn it!
Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects.
Can
What
you
makes it
please not call fingerprints friction ridge skin? Can we just call them fingerprints, please?
Unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and are...
Lorianne, yes, I asked for science this morning. Emily, you wanted science. Take it. Take it all and be happy with your science. I have never heard anyone describe fingerprints that way. I am never going to allow anyone to describe fingerprints in any different way. Just, yes, I said I wanted science. And we've gotten to fingerprints and furrows. Oh, Crime Cena, thank you so much. We all needed a laugh this morning.
and conduct
So we appreciate
examinations
you.
that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you
Fingerprints
describe for the
can
jury
include
that
or exclude
process of
someone.
how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected.
I'm texting Judge
The
Abby.
particular
Hold on, I'll
area
be
processed was relatively
to
small.
everyone. He said he blinded me
It
with
was the front
science. It was
passenger
the
compartment,
friction ridge
interior and
skin.
exterior. I focused on surfaces that are more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal.
If there was ever a day that we needed Sir Mix-a-Lot in the chat, who was probably watching our replay crew, good to see you. He wants to say long, strong, and down to get the friction on. That's where he wants to go with this testimony, but he is very much keeping a neutral affect in trying to be a professional talking about fingerprints. We at day 15 have gone a completely different direction, but
Dash surfaces are better for impressions, more likely to yield impressions than
he's just trying to talk
surfaces,
about
which is items like
fingerprints, just
paper
fingerprints.
or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder.
Not finished wood.
Examined.
Unfinished.
And no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just
Emily,
briefly,
no jokes about edging. No jokes about edging.
Clark,
No
when
jokes.
you say
No jokes.
no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now,
None.
upon that initial documenting
No
of the
fingerprints.
vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor.
You mean establishing shots or like establishing where you're at?
A scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable.
You took photos?
And to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference
Trooper Clark,
to the
were
snow
you
accumulation?
employed in like a live on January 29th? Because I feel like that process of establishing photos where you take the broader photo to like show where a thing is and then you narrow in on it, I feel like that would have been helpful.
On the area of
that would have been
lawn
helpful.
Near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st.
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow.
Tires on the... I want to see the photos. Tires on the street area or tires on the...
With certain spots of grass showing.
Tires?
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask
A
it
bag,
this way,
you
sir.
say?
At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so, what, if anything, did you document with respect to
There's the what if anything.
that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
He doesn't have to say what if anything, but in this instance, it's actually not the worst use of what if anything, because did you photograph something or not? Though, did you photograph something is not a leading question when it comes to this trooper, because he's there to photograph things. What did you photograph next is not a leading question. You don't have to say what if anything. It's not a cure-all. What did you photograph next? Then what did you photograph? What did you photograph? Just have the pictures in front of you and flip through them to get the foundation for the photos. That's it.
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
This is more foundation for when the Commonwealth wants to call the accident reconstructionists they've hired. I hope that we see some of those brake tests. I don't know if we'll see them with this witness. This witness needs to lay the foundation for the videos they took, the photos they took, etc.
Recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed?
Lally, did you get a haircut?
Inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st.
I presume it is.
All right. Commonwealth, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in Discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Okay.
He's concerned about, Yannetti's concerned about something, though, is what. I'm not concerned about that, is giving, I am concerned about something. I'm going to zoom.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos.
Yes, please. I'm interested to see what Yannetti is. I'm interested to see where that goes
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
for Yannetti and what the concern is. We did not see, to the best of my memory, this witness last time, because if he had talked about friction ridge skin impressions,
What's depicted in
I
each of
feel
those
like I'd remember that
photographs?
turn of phrase.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those three photographs in general?
I would describe these as
Let me see the
mid-range
photos.
and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits?
All right, what I'd like to do it as one exhibit,
ABC?
please. Yes.
It's 134.
Can we just see the exhibits?
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616.
I would love to see that.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading.
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph?
We're going to get into all the keystroke logging, aren't we? At some point.
Outside.
All of you are saying no gloves. Does it shock me? I mean, I would prefer that they had gloves, but they already swept the car for prints and they're not going to do it again. So am I shocked in this case?
Side of the Canton Police Station on February 1st.
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph.
Go, Amanda. No one had
And
friction
again,
ridge skin impressions.
Sergeant, if you
or
could
friction
describe
ridge skin on their
for the
bingo
jury
cards.
what we're looking at in this photograph.
None.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618.
This trooper is crime scene services, so he was called out to photograph everything that happened and videotape everything that happened. I imagine when we get to the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist, the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist is going to have taken all of this evidence they're laying the foundation for and then used this information in their accident reconstruction. So this is crime scene services to document everything, not to do the things.
And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer
So I imagine the person
image than the
holding
prior
the steering
photograph,
wheel
is
is
that
Trooper
correct?
Paul.
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
And I imagine he's also going to have the video, or he took the video from Trooper
Thank you,
Paul,
sir. I have nothing further for this witness.
which means Trooper Paul doesn't need to be called
Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
for the Commonwealth. And we're getting to cross-examination. Hold on, let me see. I was going to put my
Good morning, Trooper.
cardigan on
morning,
because I'm
sir.
cold, but if we are getting to switching to cross, let me go see if there was another feedback up. I don't see it. Let's see. Nope. I was going to switch for some closed captioning, but we'll work on it while they are doing this cross. They're speaking pretty slow, which is helpful, but it is still my preference.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022?
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that
This
time,
witness wrote
you
the
were
report.
a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section?
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives unit,
after
correct?
he did
That's
crime
correct.
scene.
And
moved.
when you joined
That's the unit Proctor's in.
Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Interesting.
Yes, he was.
So he
You
didn't
are
join
still with
CPAC
that
till the
unit,
23rd.
correct?
That's correct.
So you've been
boy.
there for
A year?
approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
Boy!
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Oh boy.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute.
Oh boy. I'm just trying to put on my cardigan. Can we? Wow. Okay. Well. Oh boy. I just wanted to. I just was trying cardigan. Oh my God. And then that kept glitching. The technology and I are fighting. What did Yannetti say that was objectionable? He said Tully got removed. Let's back up the question because I feel like we're going to have a minute at sidebar. So I feel like we can just run that back again because half of us are still laughing in our head about the way that the fingerprints were described. I'm with you, chat. It's not just you. You're not alone. You're in good company. They would have talked about this after the Commonwealth's motions. Oh, boy.
About a year later, you actually joined the
I'm backing up so we can
Norfolk
see this question.
CPAC unit
This
or
is the
Norfolk
wrong witness for
Detectives
this,
unit,
according to the
correct?
court.
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
This is going to have to come up with a
Jurors,
different
pay no
witness.
attention to that question or answer. That is not proper.
Jurors, pay no attention to the man behind the screen. It's going to come up. It's going to come up. It's just not going to come up with this witness. Trials have process and procedure. I'm curious to what the court says, but he was there when Tully was removed. The thing is, this witness isn't going to have the information to explain what, why, how, when. I think they probably could have gotten into that with Bukhenik and didn't, because Tully was the supervisor. But it sounds like Tully is no longer the supervisor. It is not, to the best of my memory, that Tully was terminated, but I think he was removed from a supervisory role. But it's going to come in with a different witness, but the shit's out of the horse now, and there's not much the court can do to the defense, and the defense knows that. The court can say you're to disregard that, but the damage is already done. So, and then the jury's going to be like, so Proctor and Tully? Because they've already heard it. The prosecution knows this, though. And if they had addressed it head on earlier, it wouldn't be such a confusing thing.
I'll leave before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute.
All right, there's the sidebar. Will this information come in later? Yep, it will. Will it come in with this witness? Probably not. Will it come in? Yes, it's going to come in. Just not with this witness, according to the court. Unless the court just changed her mind. But the jury's already heard it, and the jury knows.
Okay, so going back to...
And they heard the Commonwealth
February
object.
1st of 2022,
which, if you're the jury, you got to be sitting there being like, well, what don't we know? No level of instruction helps with that.
Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
There's no way he would know that.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
No, Yannetti's question was proper on that one, Your Honor.
When you were called out?
The question to Yannetti is, did you know? That's a fair question.
On this case, that John
doesn't matter
O'Keefe
for this
had been
witness,
found
but
mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn.
That wasn't a rephrase of the same question. I'm going to back that up, but I think that was a proper question before.
Had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on
in
this
the unit
case
at that time.
John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay.
It's a whole new
and
question.
were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
Right, I'm not surprised.
Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
Correct.
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a Sallyport?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC
I
unit
really hate it when they
there
don't just show who's talking.
with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there? Nope.
That's correct.
Right.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Nope. Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Interesting.
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
Good use
And
of
you
cross.
participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
That's a good cross. Did you know?
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
He is the case officer. Okay.
At the time of that interview on
The
July
whole department
18th,
is just like,
before
case
you
officer.
began questioning of Colin Albert,
Case
had
officer.
Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family? Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that.
Ooh,
question.
you're pushing it, Yannetti.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Oh, boy. Ugh. The defense, some of these questions are fine. Some of them are pushing it. And some of this has to come in with different witnesses. Some of this is just not proper questioning. And you have, this is not the witness. This is not the witness. And if they keep pushing improper questions through this witness, the court is going to continue to get pissed. You cannot ask this witness, especially with no foundation of knowledge, about someone else getting disciplined. There are other witnesses that needs to come in through. Rosebud said, can a judge refuse a sidebar? Yes. Yes, they can. And when the attorneys are pushing it, it's not going to go well. And there are times that the defense pushes it beyond where it should be pushed. So that is not helpful. They are at sidebar. Oh, that looks like they are at I bet they put the jury out like they needed a bathroom break. Well, actually, true. I bet they had the jury go out for a morning break to handle that at sidebar, because it is, for Yannetti, it is a good use of cross-examination of this witness. And I say that because he is using this witness to tie in other areas of the investigation, but that is not without limits. This witness is not a supervisor. This witness is not in the higher levels of chain of command. A lot of things were allowed with Sergeant Bukhenik that would not be allowed with other witnesses because he's a supervisor and because the Commonwealth brought him in as a supervisor. So Bukhenik was testifying to, I did this, Proctor did this, whatever, as a supervisor. There are things that you can ask him that are proper in that role because he would be privy to that information, have firsthand information, and it wouldn't be hearsay because of the way that witness is called. This witness is not the same. This witness is just not the same type of witness. However, when we come back, we might be able to switch feeds. There's like one with closed captioning if our preferred feed doesn't come back up, because it seems that somebody like spilled their coffee. This is pure speculation. Spilled their coffee on the board for the controls. For all of you that are keeping track, Judge Abby said she had also not heard anyone refer to fingerprints that way, in the best of her memory. However, I imagine just because of the work she did as a DA that nobody is talking about friction ridge skin that way in her cases. It just, nope. Nope. Leah asked if Kevin Albert is Colin's dad. Leah, this is a fantastic question. Unfortunately, I do not have a poster board and string, but let me see if I can do this while it's been a minute. Chat, hang with me. Okay, so Brian Albert lives at 34 Fairview with his wife. Kevin Albert is a Canton police officer. Brian Albert, I think now retired, was a Boston police officer. Chris Albert owns the pizza shop / sub shop and is a town select board member and is Colin Albert's father. His wife, I forget which one is Chris's wife, Julie? Because Nicole is Brian's wife. I think Julie Albert is the mom of Colin. And Julie is the one who is close with Proctor's wife, and I believe did babysitting for Proctor, though it might have been Nicole. I'm going to get confused between Nicole and Julie and the connection to Proctor because it's been a minute. But Kevin Albert was, and this is not in evidence yet, so just I'll fill you in on all the tea because we know. The tea that is not being spilled in court at this particular moment, as we get back to different various aspects of the Canton Tea Party in this courtroom, the tea that's not being spilled at this moment is that Kevin Albert, Canton PD. Remember, the best detective was the testimony earlier in this case. Kevin Albert, Canton PD, was working a case with Proctor, and they had to go, I'm going to say down the Cape. It's so Jersey. In the Cape, on the Cape, something. I've gotten it wrong. Jersey. Do I refer to the Cape the same way I would refer to the shore? Yes. Yes. They had to go investigate something. And on the way back in Proctor's department issued car, I don't know if it was a cruiser or an SUV, department issued vehicle, they stopped to get food and drinks and drinks and drinks and drinks and drinks and drinks. And then, because of the FBI! Because of the FBI extraction of the phones, there are text messages between Kevin Albert, Canton PD, Trooper Proctor, State Police, where Kevin Albert is saying, and this is me summarizing, hey, bro. Hey, Bo. No, that's South Carolina. I don't know what it is in Mass. Is it, hey, dickhead? I don't know. What is the great, hey, dude. Did I leave my gun in your car? What about my badge? Because they were out drinking with their duty weapons, badges, because they were working in Trooper Proctor's department car. And then there was a whole text conversation about whether or not the badge would be left in the mailbox or where the duty weapon was going and how he was getting the gun back to him, because he was intoxicated to the level that he forgot, my interpretation of the texts, where he left his service weapon and badge. The reason that came up is because of Trooper Proctor's fuckery. Trooper Proctor's phone got extracted, and those text messages, because it seems that nobody knew, because Proctor didn't say shit. My speculation. Kevin Albert didn't say shit. My speculation. But nobody seemed to know about this incident that happened prior to the Reed investigation, unrelated to the Reed investigation. It shows the connectedness. But Kevin Albert was subsequently disciplined for it because it was all in the text messages. At least Trooper Proctor wasn't deleting his texts. When the FBI got his phone extractions, all of this came to light. And so there are times when I talk about this case and I talk about Higgins's phone and Brian Albert's phone and the rest of it. Do I know 100% if there is stuff on Higgins's phone and Albert's phone that is related to this case? I don't know. But when I see what happened from Proctor's phone, I just have to wonder if that was in the mind of Higgins and Albert, even if it's unrelated to this case. Were there concerns about what else might be in their phones, even if unrelated to this case? I just have to wonder. Was Kevin Albert fired? No. They still, whoever said Kevin Albert was the best detective. How am I forgetting which witness that was? My brain has stopped on the names. It was Mr. Absolutely Not. Mr. Absolutely Not said that Kevin is still, in his estimation, thank you, Gallagher. Kevin's Gallagher from Canton PD said Kevin Albert is still one of the best detectives, and he stands by that. And he didn't have a problem with whatever it is. But not knowing where your duty weapon is a problem. This jury does not know that yet. Does it happen that people misplace their duty weapons? Yes, I have stories. But misplacing your duty weapon because you were drinking on duty is a whole separate shit show. It is much different than taking your duty weapon off to duty in the bathroom and leaving it in the bathroom. Also a fucking problem, by the way, but a different type of problem and a different type of investigation. Drinking on duty and being so shit-faced. Sorry, chat, that is my fault. Being so crapulous that you forget where your fucking gun is a problem. That is a real big problem. And at least with Higgins, in his text, he's like, I'm in my work vehicle. I'm not driving up to Mansfield or Manchester or wherever drunk. I'm not doing that. I've got my work car. I mean, Brian Higgins didn't mind going to Canton PD crapulous and moving around vehicles, different than maybe driving them on the street. Gustav asked, who fired Proctor? State Attorney General? No, I think the firing is technically a recommend to the head of the police division that he's under. I don't know who in the chain of command, but it is the Internal Investigations Board from the State Troopers Police Department. And then they make findings and recommendations to the state troopers. And then the chain of command either acts or doesn't act on the recommendation. And they acted on the recommendation within like 7 seconds. Ivy Speed, is that Emily that periodically yells the FBI? It's Emily's soundboard, because there are times that I'm just going to run a stream like a morning radio show from 1996. The FBI! And one of my favorite radio shows from the time I was in junior high to, even when I moved, I was able to stream the Kevin and Bean show on the world famous KROQ. But this is a sound drop that they used that is embedded in my mind. So I have no mind's eye. We've talked about this before, and we have no court back. So I do not think visually, but in audio. So when people are like, can you visualize this? I'm like, can you sing me a few bars? Because I have no visual memory at all. So every time someone says the FBI, this is what I hear in my head. And now all of you do too. You're welcome. You're welcome. So we have so many different clips of the way that I hear things. And in so many cases, when they say the FBI, in my brain, it's just the FBI. And so that's where it comes from. So that is what it is. So with all of it, I think we did the Albert family tree pretty well. I feel like second trial and I've got that down a little bit. And I hope that answered the question with regard to the line of questioning they might wanted to get into. Bryant said long sidebar. I think they probably took the morning break for the jury, because what I'm seeing from other feeds is that court is on break. We know that court is on break. I think they sent the jury out for a morning break. I really want to hear them argue this in open court. This should be argued in open court. Let's get to some more questions, and we'll just hang out. We'll just hang out. We'll just hang out. But anyway, so that's where things come from on the soundboard. It is as I hear them, and that is that I get to share with y'all. Let's get to some questions from the chat, from the super chats. Everyone who gifted memberships, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Jennifer Larson said, "Forgive my ADHD. No forgiveness needed. We get it. I simply cannot focus until the elephant of the room is addressed. Guns N' Roses, Metallica, mad respect." Look, it's different music. It's just different music. Do I empathize with the fact that Guns N' Roses takes the stage like 5 hours late? Apparently they don't anymore. Yes. Do I feel like their tour manager must have been losing his mind? Yes. Are there songs I love from Guns N' Roses? Yes. Is there things from Guns N' Roses that are just the soundtrack to my life? Yes. But all of you now know that I think in sound, not in pictures. And so we got an extreme close up on the fan. Maybe we're getting back to court, but love Guns N' Roses. Also love Metallica. Have seen Metallica live. Have not seen Guns N' Roses live. So, but do I empathize? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm going to get our sound back on as we're going to court. We're going to find out what's going on.
Counsel at sidebar.
God damn it. Can we just do this? The jury must have taken a morning break. Can we just do this in open court?
All right, so I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Put it back in session meeting.
But does it have to be at sidebar? Does it? We want to know. I want to go. I want to know. We want to. Lauren Lowe said, "Did Karen Reed get her car back?" Oh, I don't know who they're telling they can't come in yet, but maybe it's the jury. Wait in the hallway. Did Karen get her car back? No. This is still an ongoing case until there is some final resolution. Also, Karen's car has been kind of torn apart because they took out like the whole infotainment system. So, and they took out the whole taillight. So even if Karen Reed does get the car back, it is still in the condition that the police have left it in, which is the whole infotainment dash torn out and the back taillight, the entire casing removed. So yes, she can get it back down the road, but no. Diana in the chat said, "Do they compensate for that?" No. Does insurance cover that? I don't know. Insurance folks in the chat might know. I don't know. I have seen cars returned in not great conditions, especially if law enforcement leaves the windows open. I don't always think they do it intentionally, but getting property back from law enforcement after a substantial amount of time, that property is not always in great condition when it comes to things like vehicles, especially if they had to investigate them. So it just really depends. But I mean, if your car is believed to be involved in a crime, and I think they had enough probable cause here, does that mean they have beyond a reasonable doubt? I'm not saying that. Do not confuse what I'm saying, please. But did they have enough probable cause to take the car? Yeah, they had enough probable cause to take the car. So it's not an improper taking in that way. Now, if we get down the road and Karen Reed, this is if, and Minx in the chat is asking this too. If, can they sue for malicious prosecution? A number of you are asking. If Karen Reed is acquitted and they decide that they want to sue for malicious prosecution, which by the way is a time consuming and expensive endeavor, Could the cost of the vehicle come into play with that? Possibly. That's going to be a much harder thing to do. Those cases are incredibly difficult, expensive, and time consuming. I don't know what they will choose to do here. That's a ways down the road. I'm going to keep following, and it's going to be a minute before I get to some of these cases. I'm going to keep following the Baldwin malicious prosecution case and see how that goes. It'll give us some insight into how that's being done in New Mexico. I wonder if the jury's coming in. Yeah, it sounds like the jury's coming in. They always, they go up when the jury is coming in.
Cute.
So would that come up down the road? Yes, but it's expensive. And again, sometimes the only way to win stuff like that is not to play, but Karen Reed also has a large amount of support. So if she wanted to fund a civil lawsuit, I'm sure that she could. MF asked, what if John's family will sue Karen? They did. And I've covered that a little bit. John's family is currently John's family and estate is currently in a lawsuit with Karen Reed for wrongful death. So that is underway. They've also sued some of the bars.
May we have Sergeant Clark, please?
We haven't checked back into that in a minute. There are so many cases we just haven't had a chance to get to. The speed of the criminal cases that I'm following, how quickly they're moving, is been keeping me quite busy. So we'll get back to some of the civil cases soon. Those go much slower. So we can check into those in groups as they come up. But for now, it's going to be criminal cases because there's a lot happening in Idaho. Stuff was happening in Corey Richards and Donna Adelson and this. And those are the ones that are televised.
Sir, when you went with Michael
Diddy will have updates on Monday. Other cases that I'm covering will have updates on the podcast on Monday. But while this is ongoing, this is kind of all-encompassing.
Doctor to interview Colin Albert. You
Back to
knew
Colin Albert's interview.
that the case originated on January 29th of 2022.
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
Good question. Love to
I did
tell
not.
you.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
That's not unusual.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence.
Ask him if
on
he'll look at
February
this photograph
1st.
for us, Yannetti.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence
I hope
supposedly
he goes
found
through
on
each
that day?
one of these.
No, I was not.
Go through all the dates.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to
Good.
document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
It's a good line of
How
questioning.
about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Ms.
Yes.
Giannetti.
Were you...
The objection is argumentative to the word supposedly. Not wrong, but I think, and the reason I keep saying this is a good line of questioning, it reminds the jury again, remember, troopers were back out there February 8th, February 10th, February 11th, February 18th. And look, they're not flaming this witness saying he did anything wrong. They're like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, look at this reliable, seemingly reasonable dude. Look at. Just did their job. Why wouldn't you just call him back and say, hey, can you come out and take more photos? Wouldn't that be great? And reminding the jury again, remember all those dates. They went back out and saw pieces of taillight and collected them. Never called this guy. Why not? This guy seems reasonable. Why not call this guy? And I think it feeds into the argument for the defense, because the defense has a lot of room to argue. They didn't want anyone to take any pictures. They didn't want anyone else out at the crime scene. And what does the Commonwealth argue to the other side of that? Why do you need pictures? What's the counter argument? Why do you need pictures? That's not the counter argument.
Called out 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything.
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
Right.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
Lovable Swampwitch said, why would they? Right. Why would you?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. New witness, who dis? Oh, Libby the Golden, I know. That I know. Chat asked. I know where it's from. I mean, in my life, it comes from the Kevin and Bean show. All right, let me see if our other feed is still not back up. All right, we're gonna switch feeds. Oh, haha! Hold on. We're switching witnesses, and my feed with
Training
captions.
program.
Feed with captions is back up. All right, law nerds, we back. We back in the closed caption game. Real big fan of closed captioning. And they went live right as this witness switched. Y'all, we survived. We did it. We did it. We're back to some closed captioning. I'm with you. Closed captioning are my preference. I am the Goldilocks of trial feeds. It needs to be not too loud, not too soft. It needs to, damn it. Keep going. It needs to have closed captioning. And I don't need tickers all over the screen. Anytime we get a QR code for like Morgan and Morgan, I'm fucking out. A clean feed. That's it. With closed captioning, and sometimes that is surprisingly hard to find. It needs to be just right. Some days that is harder than others. But not today. Not today.
Not today, Judge.
Not today. And yes, for those of you new to this channel, welcome. It's not always this chaotic, but often. And most of the clips on the soundboard come from other trials. So that's where we're at. All right, let's call this witness again. Make sure our sound sounds soundy. Emily, is that technical talk for sound sounding soundy? Yes. But yes, I'm with you, Chad. I would always prefer closed captioning. It helps me hear better for sure.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Come here, closed captioning. I'm trying to move you. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
So hard.
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
Hello, Evan Brent.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And
You're
how long
new.
have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
What, 27?
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I
Yes.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
did. I went to the state.
I'm seconding the motion that I'm sure one of the 45,000 of you in the chat made to put him at 1.25 while he does background training and experience, 100%. Now that we have closed captioning back, 100%, because he went through all of the background training and experience. And yes, I agree with you, Chad. If Stephanie said, so we're bringing in every cop besides Tully and Proctor, the more they do that, the more noticeable I think it becomes. It just
the
becomes
Police
much
Academy
more notable.
in New Braintree. I
noticeable.
attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the state police, where were you initially assigned?
Oh, who
I was
cares?
initially assigned to the Holden Barracks
Nobody cares.
And how long were you at that barracks?
for about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks
Have you ever been
And
to
how long were you in
Disneyland?
Charlton?
for
What's your top
a little
score
over a year.
on
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
the Toy Story ride?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
That one's the
Now,
best.
what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the crime scene?
And Toy Story Mania, I think, is a more fun scorekeeping game than Buzz Lightyear Astro Blasters. I'm just going to say it. I like Toy Story Mania better. Crime Scene. He
Services
works for the
section
Crime
unit.
Scene Services.
New members assigned to Crime Scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules,
Also,
each
yes,
of which
I used
has
to
assigned
live in,
readings and
Southern
a written
California,
test
so
for each one.
Disneyland.
It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests.
Tennessee,
that must
everybody
be
goes
passed
to the
before you are
world.
assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services
Plato's Cave,
section,
that's
how are
true.
assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Own the day.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the crime scene services section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you
All right. Where did you go in Canton on February 3rd, 2022, and what did you do?
recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met
Lally's getting
with
to the
several
point pretty
members
quickly.
of the State Police Detective
Thanks,
Unit
Lally.
for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Bukhenik, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over. I would document the item in its place. And then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were
They are going through this
on
much more
top of the
thoroughly than they
snow.
did last
So
trial
there
with
was
these
some
witnesses.
significant snow melt.
We
I
didn't
think
see
that
crime
day
scene
it
last
was
time.
raining out, and it was much warmer than it was previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
A scale.
And why is it that you use a
Yay.
scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I saw a great question in the chat from Haley C., who asked, can Karen Reed speak at sidebar, ask questions, comment, etc.? Haley C., it's a great question. I was going to type an answer, and then I realized it'd be easier for me to just tell you, because I'm sure many people have that same question. Karen Reed is at sidebar to observe, just like when we watch her in open court when the jury's not present and the lawyers are arguing motions. She's there to observe. She will talk to her lawyers if need be, but not directly to the court, not to the prosecution. She is at sidebar so she can hear what's happening, and her lawyers don't have to come back to the table and try to tell her. She can interact with them, but not with the court, not with the Commonwealth. If the court wants to speak or needs to speak to Karen Reed directly, it'll happen later in this trial. At some point, Karen Reed will be asked if she's testifying or not. Then the court will inquire of her directly and specifically. If the court was going to inquire of the defendant about something specifically, generally the Commonwealth would not be there. So no, she can't ask questions of the court, but she can ask her lawyer and then they can ask. So it's not, she's not representing herself. That is for the lawyers to do. Hopefully that answers that.
So what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc,
All right,
are those
crime
the
scene
photos
photos.
that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
1 Meadows Ave is John
Being on
O'Keefe's
that disc,
address.
Photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes and exhibit.
So that is a photo disc.
Same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
That is a photo disc from 1 Meadows Ave and from 34 Fairview, taken by this crime scene technician. I imagine cross, when we get there, is going to be much like the other cross.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Are you going to show them any of the things that you're bringing in, or are you just going to mark them? I don't know. We'll see. Canton Ice Cream Truck said, hey, Lonards, put some friction on that like button. Yes, put your,
So I'm handing you a series
your
of
friction
7
ridges
photographs.
on
You recognize generally what's
or
in each of these
subscribe.
7 photographs.
All right, they're going through those photos now. Blue Eyes Fairy says, still hoping for Judge K and respectfully, counselor, or bless you.
Yes.
I miss Judge
The
K.
first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially?
I will say, with Judge K, though, Judge K was way too comfortable running court till like 6 p.m. He was like, let's get this shit done. I'm like, dude, sitting for like 9 hours. This judge, however, is much more of a clock watcher. And the second the clock strikes 4 p.m., she's like, and that's enough for today.
Actually taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
No objection.
All right. Klaus in the chat asked, question on lawyers having chat open at their desk while live in trial, like a YouTube chat? I think that would be highly distracting.
Your Honor, with court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion?
I think that would
with
be
the jury?
highly distracting.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749.
I mean, but if they have like a chat with the other lawyers talking, you wouldn't want the audience to be able to see it, so you wouldn't have that up either. These are photos of
Trooper,
Meadows.
just briefly, what are we looking at in
That
this
would be
photograph?
odd to me and
The
distracting.
front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752.
My caveat to that is if there is
And Trooper, same question. What are we looking?
if there is a team of attorneys of a lot of people, I could see where one person is monitoring social media if they don't have someone else on the team monitoring social media, but I wouldn't think they would do it at counsel table. I imagine you would have a law clerk or something do that separately and monitor social media. So
Looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
that's
And
John
if you could,
O'Keefe's
Trooper, just
Chevy
describe
Traverse.
sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So you're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse.
That's the feed. That's not you.
And Ms. Gilman, 77.
Oh my God, you've got to be joking me.
Any-
I don't know what is going on with the feed, but that is annoying. These are John O'Keefe's car. Willow Blue asks, why can't we hear sidebar combos? Those are sealed in this case, so they're not for
And
public.
again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
They might be
It's going
unsealed
to be
at
an
some
angle
point.
view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
John O'Keefe's vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
I don't know why the feed
And
was
Ms. Gilman,
buffering.
7771.
For those asking, where's the
Again,
Traverse
Trooper,
now?
what are we looking at in this photograph?
It's my
An
understanding.
angle view of the
John
front
O'Keefe's
of the
family
vehicle
still
and
has
the
it.
driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777.
Yeah, it seemed like the feed was buffering just a little bit, but it's my understanding that John O'Keefe's vehicle
And again,
is
Trooper, what are we
still
looking at
owned
in
by
this
the family.
photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
Lynn asked, where are the photos
And
of
Ms.
Karen's
Gilman,
vehicle?
7791.
This witness didn't take photos of Karen's vehicle. We've seen those in other witnesses so far.
Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
And 2 garage doors.
And which of the
I'm just going to note for me and for chat, but there are push buttons where you can open the garage doors. In one of the voicemails from Karen Reed, we hear what sounds like it could be an alarm system, though it could also be a car system beeping. It could be a number of things beeping, but you do have a keypad on this garage for entry. So when the jury has Karen Reed's voicemails, if they want to listen to them again, there is that one voicemail with the beeping. You do have keypads here on the side of the garage.
two was this?
This
like
is going to
the
be the
keypads
right garage
on
door.
the garage.
And Ms. Gilman,
Very
if I
much.
could have 7795.
Incredibly helpful.
And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down.
These photos were taken February
Now,
3rd.
Trooper Brent, from your observations
Jeez,
of
Wiley.
those
I mean, we can
photographs
hear
and
you,
your
bud.
observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
And on to cross. We know that the accident reconstructionist in this case took more measurements of that driveway and the Chevy Traverse, et cetera. So we're going to hear more about that Chevy Traverse just in different witnesses.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
After.
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
You did.
Thank you for correcting me, because you're right.
It literally happens to me on stream all the time. And people are like, Emily, this. And I'm like, what did I say? Because in my brain it was right, and in my mouth it was wrong.
You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time
I love that
who
Yannetti
had access to that
you're right.
traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
He's just there to document.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nope.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on...
As Allie Grace pointed out in the chat, it is a marked difference when witnesses are just answering the question. When they're just answering the question, it is a whole different vibe. Just a whole different vibe. Did you see this? No. Did you see this? No. Did you see this? Yes. You were there on this date? Yes. Just straightforward. What did you see? This. What did you do? This. Nothing else. It is the way testimony should be. Easy. It's easy. And it's just easy to follow.
February 3rd, the lawn
Where
was
were you on what day? This.
open to anyone
Where were
who
you on
wanted
this
to
day?
look at
That.
it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
I don't know. Right.
Now,
No
in
worry
terms
if
of
you
your
don't know.
actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
But you didn't write
I have
it.
no idea.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
That's how it should be.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case,
That's how it
correct?
should be, by
Yes.
the way. It should be, his report should read something like, I received a call from X to do Y. I responded to location and did whatever, responded to location, did whatever, I observed whatever. Here is the disc of what I did. Here it is. That's it. And then that goes to the lead investigator. And then the lead investigator might have a longer report, but there's also a supplemental report.
Yes, I did.
Right. Right. That's it.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022,
Yeah, he's
were
not
you
going to
asked
fight on the
go
word
back
lead
to
investigator.
34
It's because
Fairview
it's
Road to
semantics
document
to fight on
and
it.
photograph
just
anything found on
dumb.
that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
This is a good line of questioning.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
Right.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
Good line of questioning. Just
I have nothing further to say.
continuing to
Any
reiterate.
questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Look at all the crime scene. Look at all the crime scene personnel you could have called out. And no one did. It's
Just for
fantastic.
clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response
You said that.
documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
The objection was beyond the scope. The defense hasn't objected to this much, but I think that they can. The objection was beyond the scope, meaning on redirect, you only get to ask about things that came up in cross. That is it. So if you decide, hey, it'd be great to get into this other area of questioning, you can't do it. It is beyond the scope, and the court sustained that. And so Lally should be moving on. He could have asked direct and didn't.
Items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate there's one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
Lally did it a different way.
All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Lally wanted to know how much snow there was, because of course he did.
Who is
And
the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
they're just
Okay.
moving through witnesses. And so when Lally couldn't get into that question, he just asked, when you found items under the snow, how
Your
far
Honor, as
under the
this
snow were
witness
they?
is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we are moving into the Commonwealth's next witness.
137.
That was witness 27 that just left the stand, so we're going to be getting into witness number 28. It seems that we are laying the rest of the foundation to bring in accident reconstructionists. Those are not troopers. Those are going to be from a private company. Maybe we'll get to that today. But these are all foundation.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you?
I mean, I appreciate the name Brian too, but man, it just thanks, Mr. Gallerani.
do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police
How are you
Department,
involved?
what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to
He is saying Needham, not Newton, and we are going to 1.25 for background training and experience. Why? Because he has background training and experience.
collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in
I just have to credit where credit is due. Lally directed him directly to the scientific part of this and collecting scientific samples for background training and experience. Lally has done the direct examination of a number of the foundational scientific witnesses. So I'm not surprised that he is handling all of these foundational scientific witnesses. So this is going to be another foundational scientific
Collecting
witness.
DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? So how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek cells.
You're only at
and gums.
1.25, and you're
And that
actually speaking
certification
pretty
that you
quick.
received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Appreciate
Now,
that.
at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
All right. We're going to go back to normal speed. He would have collected swabs from the different troopers, I think.
Before I get to that, just briefly,
I
as
had him
far
sped
as
up,
with your
so-
work as a Needham police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton police or the state police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Bukhenik.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
Right.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once?
Feed. Why are you buffering? We're just going to let it just. He took
I
the
did.
DNA swabs
Now-
of Proctor and Bukhenik, I think a year later, maybe 2 years later.
With reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
After the defense raised questions about whether or not evidence had been planted in this case, they went and swabbed law enforcement because they did DNA testing of items of evidence. And so they went to swab the troopers to put their DNA into the database so that if the troopers' DNA was on any of the items, then that would be shown in the DNA testing. So that's why they swabbed them.
I have nothing
Trooper
further.
B
Thank you.
testified about it.
Questions from the defense?
Trooper B testified about it, or Sergeant Bukhenik testified about it, that he was swabbed.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
You didn't ask about
Anything,
Higgins.
Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Again, the defense is using these cross-examinations to point out what
Next
doesn't
witness for the
done and
Commonwealth.
not focusing on what was done.
Commonwealth calls Maureen Harnett.
Oh boy. Well, whoop, there it is. Wait, no. Is Maureen lab? I think Maureen's lab. Maureen's the crime scene photographer. If I'm not photographer, process the car. If I'm remembering correctly.
Follow me, ma'am.
Hold on.
Tell me the evidence you recorded during the case down here, the truth, the whole truth.
To the best of my memory.
Yes, I do.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
wait.
Good afternoon.
Hold on. That's not right. Are we getting into Aruba? No. Who are the Aruba witnesses? Is it Maureen Hart? Hold on. Is this, I'm now confused. We'll just let her say what she was doing. We'll just let it happen. and then we'll see. No, the Sullivans. The Sullivans are Aruba. She processed the car, right?
Whenever you're ready,
The
Mr.
taillight.
Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
That's right.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself?
I mean, it makes sense in the order of witnesses we're going in, but I don't know what we're doing anymore. So I'm just like, no, this makes sense that we're going to go through all of the car stuff before we get to the accident reconstruction. She's the one that did all the tail light and processed the vehicle and the red Solo cups and whatever. All right.
Yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name.
So
My name
witness
is Maureen
29
Harnett, Hartnett.
was right the
Could you
first
tell
time,
us
and then I
where you
confused
presently
myself.
work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts
This is
State
going to be
Police
longer
Crime
testimony than the
Laboratory,
others.
did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Okay.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that
Should we
one of the
speed up
departments that you work
background
at is
training
the
and
criminals
experience?
unit.
The
For the
criminalistics unit.
criminalist.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
Perfect.
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the
I am moving this to 1.25 as we get into the full description of criminalistics, what the criminalistics unit is, what they test for. I will put it back at normal speed when we get to processing of Karen Reed's SUV.
possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace
We'll get
identification,
back there then.
damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2.
Right.
And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to
as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I
Gets
arrive on
asked.
scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and
We have
diagram.
her at 1.25, but the court reporter asked her to slow down a little. But I do have her sped up a little as we are going through how you do your job. When we get to processing the SUV, we'll speed it.
Of the scene, and I
Normal.
also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. She is looking at her notes. She asked, which is why it is not a problem. We know the date she responded to Canton PD.
So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I can't
I was
believe
dispatched
Brennan
to
asked
the
wrong.
Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit
no
that
additional
responded.
lab
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sallyport area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
All right, I'm going to put this back to normal speed as she goes through processing the SUV.
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making...
I was asked to evaluate it. Was it there?
Analyzing
Yes.
the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived,
like,
did you
I'm
have
there
a
to
chance to
process,
walk
not
around the vehicle?
photograph.
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I saw some commenting on her demeanor on the stand. I will say, for scientific and expert witnesses, I find that they are a lot like media reporters.
I'm handing you a document.
They have
You
like a
recognize that?
Yes, I do.
cadence that is like testimony.
This is the
cadence.
rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
The same
Yes,
way
it
that
is.
news reporters have a very specific news reporting cadence.
Yes.
It's testimony mode.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
And testimony
No
mode
objection, Your Honor.
is important. So, testimony mode. They verified with her
With
that
the court's
the
permission, I'd like
picture
to show P145.
is, so it's common and it's clear and it's neutral. So does it bother me? No.
Ms. Harnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear
Shit, that we have the
passenger
zoomed
area of the
out
vehicle.
Photo finally.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
So she's going to look at these photos before they put them up. Once, I mean, they give them to her. Melanie in the chat asked, was that Karen's Lexus? Yes, that was the Lexus SUV. SUV? It sounded like I said SUV. I didn't mean to.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
This is from
What is it?
February 1st.
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Is
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
These are foundational questions.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
And yes, for those of you asking in the chat, the witnesses or the attorneys that object are
Court's
the ones that
permission, I'd
are
ask
doing
to
the
show the jury
examination.
P144.
You know, can't ride two horses with one ass. Sorry, it's the other way. One horse, one rider.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes. So this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of
was
the
up
Lexus
very fast.
to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes. So I did take notes of that area, and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They are going to keep.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
They took a picture from the back of the SUV.
No objection, Your Honor.
Driver's side. I don't know if we've seen the passenger side
May I show it
along
to
the
the jury, Your
side
Honor?
yet. But if they took one of the
P161, please.
driver's side, I imagine we'll see one. But we'll have to wait and see because we just saw the square to the back.
Could you describe what you saw?
There's also that ATV next to the side of the SUV, so we'll see what we see.
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared?
Oh, that's why the dolly's in those photos. Emily, slow girl. The dolly is what they've tied. It looks like they've tied the crime scene tape. I wonder if that's what they've tied the crime scene tape to on that side, but I'll take a look at those later because it was in some of the other photos as well when they set up crime scene tape. So that is the passenger side photo.
When you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before I process any or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes,
So
I
these
take
were the
diagrams at the scene
photos from
and note
last
on my
time.
diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs,
The feed has been stuttering
swabs
today.
from as far
It's
as
the tech issues.
trace for blood?
I screened for
At
blood
least
on
it's not
various
skipping.
areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were
Not the undercarriage. It's not your internet. The feed has been stuttering a bit.
negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper?
Also,
of
I wouldn't
that
expect there to
vehicle?
have been blood
Yes.
on the undercarriage of the
And
car.
share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In a little baggie.
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
From that
So
moment
I
till
would put
later
those
on.
pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is
Look
each
at
piece of
that.
evidence given a separate item number?
Process. Procedure. This and then this and then this and then this. Exactly.
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's going to approach with more photos. I didn't mean to pause. I meant to zoom. Do you
Yes, I do.
recognize those? How do you recognize those?
Of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
She says apparent glass because she is not the one doing that testing. So she has not tested it to see if it is glass or plastic or something else. So that's why she's going to say apparent glass,
For
because
permission, I'd like to show P167
scientific experts
to
tend
the
to
jury.
be precise, which is appropriate.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
Okay. I mean, you can give us a close-up. I don't know
So
if
I
with
can
the
see one of
flash
the,
it's going to help.
It's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you?
Oh, now it's a
tell us
little
what those
easier to
are?
see. It's like the pool
This
camera
sticker,
turned down the.
Sorry, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that? just
I'm
a
not
different
sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is.
That does look like another sticker up there.
Yes.
Like if I
so
lean
that is
forward to my
another
computer, it's
sticker,
going to help.
And next to that
No, Emily,
sticker
it's not
are
gonna help.
additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture.
Okay.
Are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say
glass
that's
over
an
there.
apparent piece of glass here and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please?
Yeah, I can see that now. That one up
Thank you,
there.
Ms. Gilman. You can take that down.
But
Did you collect
some of
what
that looks
appeared
like
to be
salt.
items of glass?
Some of that looks like
Yes, I
glass.
did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
And she is going to refresh her recollection with the numbers.
Please.
That doesn't
Those
surprise me at all.
items were given the item number 3-3.
Right.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Mia Herrera in the chat said it's not glass. Lexus taillights aren't
Yes.
made of glass. We will get to the scientific and chemical composition of what is recovered from the bumper, but what is recovered from the bumper is not taillight. So we will get the chemical composition of it. It is glass. We'll talk about the glass more later, but we will get to the chemical composition of the glass and what glass it matches or does not later, but it's not taillight on the bumper.
No objection, Your Honor.
But she is saying apparent glass because she is not doing that evaluation.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
Started at
That
the
is a
bottom,
close-up
now
of the
we're here.
scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
It is difficult to make out in
Could
that
you zoom in
photo.
again and move up just
Maybe we should have a
little higher,
photo
Ms. Gilman?
that's zoomed out a bit so that you can see the positioning of the stickers and then zoomed in.
Thank you.
Just
Do
me.
you have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that
I'm
it's not
sure we
scratch.
will.
Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
We're going to zoom all over this photo.
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or are the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes. Well, there's a letter. Yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176.
This is going to be photos of what she just described.
Could we zoom in just a little bit more, please?
For all of
You
you
told us that you saw
asking,
both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratch.
could this have happened before? Could this have already been damage to the car? Could this have happened different days? The answer to all of you is yes. It is up to the Commonwealth to explain why and how they think this damage to a vehicle, because vehicles get damaged, why and how they think this damage to the vehicle is fresh as of January 29th and not older damage. That's going to be for their accident reconstructionist to go over. That is for them. So for all of your questions like who, what, where, how, what, yeah, it's for them to answer those questions.
With the pointer on the TV.
So we will
right?
see
Show
if
us where
they
you
do.
saw further scratches.
So the scratches are up above.
TNK, that's
And
going to
then,
come up in this case.
Down here, there's chipped paint and a dent.
We're just not there yet. It's going to come up.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
And the jury would have gotten to see this.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
Diana, yes, the jury saw the Lexus SUV.
May I approach, Your Honor?
It was it was at 34 Fairview when they went to do the jury view. So,
I'm going to show you two photographs.
Best Bet, we've polled multiple days. The chat tends to run about 20%
Yes, I
of
do.
people that did not see the first trial. So
This
I
is
try
a photograph
not
of the apparent piece of hair I
to,
noted on the rear
spoil
area.
things that are
Is
coming.
that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Also,
Yes.
Turn to
with
the second photograph.
the new accident
Do you recognize
reconstructionist,
what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
sometimes
This is an
things are going to
additional
come in
photo
differently.
of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two.
So I'm trying not to spoil it for those who haven't seen it before. Also, I don't want to answer a question where the evidence is going to come in differently, which is why when I say we'll get there, I'm not sure how the Commonwealth is going to present it. When we get to evidence that we need to juxtapose with the first trial, we will get there down the road. There will be time to talk about this trial.
With the court's permission, I'd like to
When
show
we are done.
P-173 to the jury.
So we're gonna do this probably for the rest of the morning, I would imagine, with this witness.
If you could get in as
Until
close
they
as
get to lunch.
possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the Crime Scene Services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
All of you have
After
very
it was,
reasonable
entered
questions.
into the computer system.
Wasn't this car going through like a blizzard, nor'easter, snow, and onto a tow truck? Yes. Yep. The Commonwealth gets to answer how that happened.
I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
Because she's going to collect
When
anything
you
off the car that
pass
might
it
be
along,
relevant.
Is it to protect it in evidence, or is
That
it
is
for
her
purpose
job.
of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P-165.
More photographs of
Do you
the
recognize that photo?
apparent hair.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Best Bud, the Sallyport videos were...
This hair is the apparent
Monday?
hair.
It'll be in the case briefs, whether it was
Thank you.
Monday or
Take that
Friday.
down, please.
My brain is buffering on that because we're in the middle of this today, but the case briefs are on the Emily Show YouTube channel, and the case briefs are on
regarding the damage to the broken taillight,
the Emily Show podcast feed. So if you want to listen in the background on a podcast app, you can just grab the Emily Show, and the case briefs are up there daily.
did you
So
have
those are all up there.
interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
This is interesting.
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
The whole fucking thing.
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
The whole thing.
Did you
Whole
attempt to
damn thing.
remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you
How'd
successful?
that go?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sallyport at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph.
So we'll
You
see the
recognize
photos,
it
and
from
then
the
I
photograph?
think we should
Yes,
see
I
the
do.
video of them removing
This
that.
is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in the same, substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
And we're going to see the photo.
Exhibit 145.
Let's see the photo.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
Once they got it
And
back
that's
to the
after it's
lab.
obviously removed from the
After
vehicle.
it's been removed.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able
All
to
right.
open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
And that's
Thank you.
exactly
If
what
you
they're
would,
going to do.
Would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
I'm going to speed this up as they are
May I approach?
Yes.
pulling, as we are getting into the unboxing portion of this. I'm
yes.
putting this at 1.25 so that we are not skipping it, but just moving a little faster. She said, I brought gloves. Great, great. We should see her put those on before this gets taken out with the terrible courtroom scissors. You know, all the things. I'm here for the black gloves. I would only take issue. Chloe in the chat said the first woman investigator who actually documented anything.
You could hold that to the jury.
She is a civilian employee of the crime lab. So I only take issue with the word investigator because she is the crime lab that we will see later too are also civilian employees. So technically not part of the police department, just the crime lab.
See it? Hold it up high, please. Thank you.
Okay, she held it up high. Brennan,
Thank you very much.
you've shown
Could you
and
turn that to the
told it.
box?
It's a large tail light. you get a different perspective on how big that car is and how big that taillight is when she is holding it up like it's show and tell.
Hold it up high, please. Thank you.
So the
Thank you
taillight
very
casing
much.
is
Return that to the
large.
box.
Okay.
I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
And there's a lot of tape on that box because it would have been opened for testing and opened for this and opened for that.
There are
But
additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I heard Alessi say, I think
Yes, why don't you?
I didn't hear. There are additional items in the bag. They are moving the.
The lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
Did she say 50? Wait, we're going to lunch? Did she just say 50? Did she just say 50? Did she say the lunch is here? Hold on. Oh, this
Jurors, the
morning.
lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
She said 50.
Yeah, she can stay right here. Of course.
Oh, boy.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Okay. Well, the jury is out for lunch. They've had a kind of clunky morning for the jury. It's been starts and stops. However, they did hear testimony that we did not see this morning, but it's been a bit. Ugh, my chair just fought with me. It's been a busy morning, hasn't it? It's just been a busy morning. So am I surprised there's other items of evidence in that bag? No. Am I surprised that they're all going to have to look at it and sort it out? No. Am I surprised at how this day is going at all? No. Isn't it what we should expect at this point? Isn't it what we should just, isn't it what we're here for? It seems that that's what we're here for. All right. It's time. It's time to, well, see if they went to lunch. It does look like they go back on the record briefly, but not really. We'll take a look. Thank you, chat. Chat's like, no, there's a little. We'll see. We'll see what the little is. But it looks like they're just looking at the evidence bag.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record. Thank you.
He says they're still on the record. And they are still on the record. The court reporter is taking down what they're going through. The court said, do you want to do this without me? Like, lawyers, do you want to sort it out? God damn it, Brennan. Stop bumping into the microphone! And the microphones are off, so it's no longer a problem. It's not uncommon for the judge to say, do you need me on the record or do you want to talk about it? There's a lot of times that lawyers can just sort it out. And if they have a minute, they can just sort it out. So sometimes it's much easier to sort it out without the court. You're like, no, we'll just sort it out and then we can talk to you if there's an issue. But most of the time the lawyers are like, we just need a minute to talk to each other and this witness. So I'm not surprised that the judge is like, if you don't need me, just chat amongst yourselves. All right, we're at lunch. Oh, where are we? Lunchtime. It is lunchtime on day 15, the day that was supposed to be yesterday, but time, well, is a bit wibbly wobbly, and it's trial, and trials are dynamic. On Tuesday, May 13th, the reports were that one of the parties was unwell, and there were numerous reports indicating that it was Karen Reed that was not feeling well yesterday, and court was dark yesterday. There was no evidence on the record. The jury was not present, so it was a dark. The court was just dark. No court yesterday. But the reason I take some of those reports, not with a grain of salt, I guess take them a little bit more as accurate, is because one, the illness of a necessary party is a reason court would be unexpectedly dark. Two, reporters were asking Karen Reed how she was feeling when she walked into the courthouse today, and she indicated that she was feeling better. So it seems to me that that is probably what happened, and that just is a circumstance that happens in court sometimes. If a juror was sick, the juror would have been excused. They have plenty of alternates. It seems that they haven't lost any jurors yet. So if the judge is sick, you would have known that, but the judge was in court, the prosecution was in court, and the defense team was not in court yesterday as they were doing some scheduling matters. So that's what happened yesterday. Things that happen. Trial is dynamic. Trials are long. People get sick, and it happens. So anything much there? No, just an unexpected day off. And the court addressed the jury about that this morning when she came in, saying it was an unexpected day, and she tried to give the jury as much heads up as possible so they wouldn't have to come into court and then get excused from there. So they knew that they would have the day without court. As we got underway today, we got through quite a lot of witnesses for the Commonwealth. The very first thing that the Commonwealth did was put 2 clips. They were very hard to hear in court. They were very hard to hear streamed. The volume, I don't know if it was not turned up all the way in court. Other days, the clips have been pretty easy to hear. Today, not so much. But they put in 2 clips of Karen Reed that I talked about earlier, and then they went to the testimony of John O'Keefe's niece. That was not broadcast, though reporters were present in the courtroom. Then they went through scientific witnesses. Witness 26 for the Commonwealth was Trooper Zachary Clark from Mass State Police, who brought in photos and videos and laid the foundation for those of the SUV and the SUV testing. Trooper Evan Brent, who brought in photos of One Meadows Avenue, photos taken at 34 Fairview, and photos of John O'Keefe's Chevy Traverse at One Meadows Avenue, taken early on in February, I think February 3rd. Sergeant Brian Gallerini. It sounded like Ballerini to me, so I'm going with Gallerini from Needham PD, who came in and took swabs for DNA testing from Sergeant Bukhenik and Trooper Proctor. Mr. Proctor, because those were then submitted for DNA testing. And now we are on the testimony of Maureen Harnett from the State Police Crime Lab, who did the processing of Karen Reed's SUV. So we are getting into the photos and the processing of Karen Reed's SUV. First, the documenting. That's what we're doing now. The documenting of Karen Reed's SUV, what was there, what was collected, glass pieces or apparent glass pieces on the bumper, apparent scratches and dents on the SUV, and the one hair that is on the side of the SUV that was collected and sent out to test. Will we hear the results of those testing today? I don't know if we'll get there today. I think we're going to spend quite a bit of time with the witness who processed the SUV. We've also heard defense attorney Alessi objecting, so we will see cross-examination with him, which he does a lot of the scientific testimony. This is important foundation, and the scientific foundation that's being laid here is going to be necessary for the reconstructionists from both the Commonwealth and from the defense. When will we get to the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist? I don't know. Will the Commonwealth put in their medical experts before accident reconstruction? I don't know. Are we going to get into other civilian witnesses today? We will have to see, but right now it seems that we are going to go through all of the foundational evidence about Karen Reed's SUV. I wonder if the next witnesses will either include the testing of all the things, the apparent glass, the manual puzzling of the housing of the taillight, if we will get to the DNA testing and the testing for blood at all on the taillight and the rest of it today or in the next witnesses before we get to accident reconstruction. But it seems that medical, accident reconstruction, and the rest is all going to wait until we get through all of this testimony. So today is going to be a scientific day. A reminder that if you're like, okay, just call me when they do cross, don't worry, we'll let you know when they get to cross-examination. I know a lot of you enjoy a good cross-examination in the Law Nerd app. So if you do not have the Law Nerd app, look, we are almost at 100,000 of you using the Law Nerd app. So if you don't have the Lawnerd app, A, you're not getting notified as fast as possible. And B, you're definitely not getting notified when witnesses take the stand, when witnesses change, and when we go live and when we come back from the lunch break, which is where we're going now. So free for you, iOS, Android. And if you have your notifications on, you will get notified when I am going live, when we get into cross-examination, when key witnesses take the stand. And if you haven't downloaded it yet, you are going to want to, because when this case goes to verdict watch, the fastest way for me to get in touch with you about what's happening in this case is through the Lawnerd app. It also allows us to let you know when we're dropping the case briefs. Those go up daily when there is court the next day to let you know what's happening. Needham said, how much Zoom room do we have, Emily? None. They're still at lunch. I'm going to go get lunch in a minute because today actually seems like a day I might have time to get some lunch instead of just eating beef sticks on stream. So, Hurtado said, what court trial will you cover next? Well, this one and then the next one. I think timing wise, it's probably going to end up being Kohberger, but it depends on when Adelson gets reset. Adelson's been continued, so it really just depends. I suspect the next one will be Kohberger. I don't think we're going to have anything in between the two. For those of you that are a little bit new, I do have 2 kiddos, so we are also going to be getting into summer, and my oldest is going to be touring for DCI, so it's going to be a very busy summer. So it might just wait till August with Kohberger, because the Kohberger case is supposed to start opening statements the weekend after DCI finals. Woo! CC in the chat said, what about Corey Richins' case briefs? You got to catch up on the case briefs because Corey Richins has been postponed due to appeal. So there's an interlocutory appeal going on in that case. But Kohberger is starting in August. Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni is not streaming and is not at trial. I also have about 800 pages of motions that I'm just not done reading. Once I get caught up on it's probably more now than the 800 pages, I will catch up on Lively. I haven't been able to. It's so many documents. I also don't cover those cases from reporting. I want to read the documents myself, and I just haven't had time. I really just haven't had time. It's been so busy. Nicholas, I will keep you posted. We'll all be in Indianapolis together. So for those of you in the chat who are excited about DCI, hello, my fellow band people. For those of you who are like, what in the fuck is DCI? Drum and Bugle Corps, it is elite competitive band, but you take out like the woodwinds. So it is loud. It is glorious. It is beautiful. It is like the greatest halftime show you've ever seen, with just a wall of sound. And my kiddo is in the Guard. So he does rifles and flags and dance. He's very, very excited. This is the other issue with the Baldoni Lively. Every time I poll the law nerds, the interest level is substantially low. The interest level is substantially low. We'll catch up on bits of it. I just haven't had a chance to read it all yet. So he'll be in core this summer, and we will be traveling some this summer, and I'll keep you posted. No worries. But things happen. We'll talk about it on Members Only Live. It's been a whirlwind to get my kid ready to go. He's so excited to go. My kid is, it is hot. My kid is so happy with core. He is like, it's all fun and games till someone gets a concussion, and even then it'll be fine. That's my kid. He's like, just let me do it. He wants to be on his feet for 15 hours a day. He wants to live on a bus and be sweaty and sleep on floor. Like, he's so ready. He's like, and anyone who grew up loving something that was hard to do gets it. It's like me. I get smashed in the face by a surfboard a couple times, and I'm like, yeah, this isn't my favorite. My brother, however, was like, this is the best sport ever. No. There are people who fall off a horse repeatedly and are like, I still love it, still doing it. It's fine. I felt the same way about water polo. Somehow different. That worked for me. There are people who are just like, I love it. I hate it. I'm exhausted. It's the greatest. I love it. I hate it. I'm exhausted. It's the greatest. So it's like, it's all fun and games. Doctor Who said, don't the horses drown a lot in water polo? No, they just kick and fuss. The horses just kick and fuss. It's all fun. So no, it is what it is. Griffin T said, so no woodwinds. So you mean someone isn't standing there waving a 2x4 over their heads really fast? No unfinished wood in DCI. But it's fun. And for those of you who don't know what DCI is, you can noodly Google if you are interested in large marching bands. It's slightly different than the type of marching you would see from like Michigan or even Tennessee or like the Ohio State. It's a different type of show. So that's what we're doing this summer. And I'm very excited. I'm ready. Look, marching band makes my heart happy. If my kids were like, Mom, I want to do competitive soccer, I'd be like, I love you so much. But in my deep heart of hearts, do I want to sit on the side of a soccer field for my entire life as a parent? Not necessarily. Would I do it for my kid? Yeah. But when my kid's like, Mom, band, I was just like, yes, band. You get to spend your weekend at band competitions? Yes. I love marching band. There's nothing like it. Diane, is it similar to what you see in parades? It is conceptual shows, like big conceptual field shows. So if you look up any of the corps, you can see their shows from Boston Crusaders had, I don't remember the name of the show. I'm sure somebody in the chat does. The Boston Crusade, the Moby Dick show with Boston Crusaders. It was such a good show. Prometheus last year from Carolina Crown was incredible. Just so freaking good. I don't remember Phantom Regiment, the name of Phantom's show last year, but like Phantom Regiment. Anyway. So large performing arts shows that are highly competitive, like there's people doing backflips and running. It's insane. What DCI show did we watch? We watched one of the corps on members only. It might have been the Boston Crusaders Moby Dick show. It might have been that one, but Cavaliers Planets was really good. Angie asked, how does it compare to the HBCU bands? The color guard is different and the show concepts are different, but big sound, lots of drums. The band is moving, but the show concepts are a bit different than the halftime shows. So just massive shows. All right. So Cavs Planets was a great show. EDB, my boyfriend works in Kokomo's and we need to know where the tacos are. I'm going to have to figure out where we went for, I do not remember, but I will look it up with Dr. B and we'll figure it out. We'll just figure it out. So will you hear me talk about like elite band parenting this summer? Yes. And for those of you that live local to me, you'll probably see me at a snack bar. Because it's always fun when the law nerds come up and are like, wait, I know you. Can I also get 2 pretzels, a hot dog, and a Coke? No, that's not true, Emily. You live in Middle Tennessee. It's always a Dr. Pepper until they sell out. Sammy J said, did a court reporter go with the court and jury when they went to the view of the house and the SUV to keep the record? You know what? I don't know how they took the court reporter because they aren't allowed to talk to anybody. So the jurors go, the judge goes, the bailiffs go, the lawyers go, but the lawyers aren't allowed to talk. They give their statement in court. So there's really nothing to put on the record because the lawyers are only allowed to say this and point things out to pay attention to, but they're not allowed to talk to them. So the virtual juror, thank you for that. I will take a look. But if Adelson is reset for August 25th, then it's probably going to have to wait till after Koberger, because Koberger starts with opening statements August 11th. They start jury selection at the end of June or early July. So it's been busy. Getting it faced in Colorado. Has it been a year? I mean, I'm here for it. I'm going to answer just a few more questions and then I am going to go get some food. Dr. B, the other Dr. B, good to see you in the chat, said EDB, can the defense recall Commonwealth witnesses? Yes, asterisks. It has to be for something they could not have asked the witness about in cross-examination. So something has to either have come up, be new, or open a door that for some reason it couldn't have been asked at cross. So they can't do it to just because they forgot to ask a question. It has to be something they didn't get a chance to ask. Secret Squirrel asks, can there be another mistrial if a jury is unable to reach a verdict? Yes. If something happens in court that requires the court to declare a mistrial, there's a lot of other reasons a mistrial can get declared, then yes. I hope that doesn't happen here. I hope that this case has resolution at some point. MJ asked on the same lines, does another mistrial get a new judge? Generally not, unless something happens that would force it to, but generally not. And Witten says, can't watch today because I'm in Stillwater, Oklahoma for my son's Special Olympics games. Go, Zach, and the Broken Arrow Tigers bring home the gold. Congratulations, Anne, and I hope it is a wonderful experience. I hope the competition goes well and that everyone has a amazing performance, because again, in sports, sometimes even when you lose, if you have done your best, it feels, well, sometimes it feels like, well, there's nothing else we can do. And sometimes it feels like, well, that's the best we've ever done. So let's get there. Jojo asked, Emily, can they use a victim's advocate instead? I am not sure the context, Jojo. If we mean for giving testimony, no. The constitutional rights in the U.S. are such that you have a right to face your accuser, which means all the individuals who did the thing have to come in and testify to doing the thing. There are some limited exceptions to, like, a supervisor of a science lab can rerun the DNA or whatever and come in and testify. But no, minors have to testify in cases of all kinds. In the Diddy case, Cassie and other victims, some who are going to use pseudonyms, have to come in and testify to horrific things, and in front of a jury and a packed courtroom. They have to. It is part of the right of confrontation or the right to confront your accuser. But other countries do not do that the same way and do not take that testimony the same way. And the defendant does not have the right to be present and see that testimony. And there's a long history. There's a long history in the U.S. about why that was done. Sandy Winter said, will you cover the Diddy trial at all? I will be giving updates in the Emily Show podcast on Mondays and possibly elsewhere in the media, but it is like by live tweet only. There are no videos, there are no cameras, there is no audio. It is just based on reporting. Sometimes that can be difficult. There is some really neutral, just this person said this and that, but it is a choppier thing, and we are in the middle of this. So it'll be updated on Mondays. And again, with the podcast on Mondays, when I cover other cases during the Reed trial, most of y'all skip them, to be honest. Most of y'all are like, we're in the Reed trial. I want to hear about the Reed trial. So yes, I will. That's where it will be. But I will not be doing full daily coverage of Reed and then trying to do coverage of Diddy. It'll be summaries, because there's only so much that we can do. Miss Meg said, former Disney tour guide here can confirm. Yeah. Toy Story is a lot of fun. Everybody pointed out that Toy Story is a newer ride. True. But it's a really fun ride. I enjoy it quite a lot. And yeah, I enjoy it quite a lot. We used to live closer to Disney, which was a lot of fun. It's much more of an endeavor now. Also, the world doesn't decorate the Haunted Mansion for Christmas the way that Disneyland does. Disneyland does it 10 out of 10, but it's a little harder when it's not just a drive down the freeway. So with that, y'all, we got about 20 minutes for lunch. I'm going to try to keep us right closer to real time. We'll pick up Zoom Room as we go. And if we don't, we don't, because we do have about 20 minutes for lunch. I'm actually going to eat like food for a minute, because it's been that kind of a day and we can. Chase said, hey, your Trump beef sticks have a recall. Well, see, Chase, this is exactly why I need to take a lunch and go get some actual food out of my refrigerator. I really need to go eat. So let's take lunch. I will let you know when we are back. If court is delayed, I will be delayed because there's like a list of stuff my team has been like, can you please look at this? And so if I am done with food, I'm going to do that. So if court is delayed, I will be delayed. We'll keep you posted in the chat. Moderators and Team Baker, don't forget to hydrate and take a break. Law nerds, don't forget to hydrate and take a break. Court days are what? Long days. Court days are long days. And you need to take care of yourselves. Even though you missed court yesterday, they are still long days. Now is the time to set a timer for 20 minutes and get all of the rest of your workday done. Answer the email that you've been putting off. Just do it. Or move the laundry. Like, set a timer, 15 minutes of things that you need to do. Just do it now. Now is the time. Just now is the time. All right. Let's take a break. I need it. You need it. We all need it. I'm going to go feed my Snorlax. We're going to do all the things. Oh, Law Nerds, you're the best. I will see you soon. Don't forget to get the app so I can let you know when we're back. And then if court takes a minute, we can take a minute. I'll see you in the chat, and I will see you soon. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey, Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy.
Like a lot of you, many debilitating.
Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hello, everybody. Are we ready? Hold on. That is not what I need to do. That's not helpful. Are we ready, everybody? Are we ready to go back to court? Are we ready to go back to court? I hope so. I'm ready to go back to court. You're ready to go back to court. At the end there, we got a extreme close-up of the OnlyFan. It was getting very intense, and now court is back. But I've lost my remote for my fan, which I need to turn down because, well, it feels like it's loud to me and it's loud in my ears, even if it's not loud in yours. So let's get us back to court. It's time to just, bring the jury. And away we go for what might be the rest of the day. It really might be this testimony for the rest of the day. That's kind of where I think we're going, but I guess we'll just see. But that's where I think we're headed, is that this will be the rest of today. Because how the SUV was processed in the Sallyport is important. What was seen and what was not seen was important. How it was seen is important. So that's our new view of the fan. We've got, we've got the fan just in the corner there, ready to go with the extreme fan close up. Hopefully this will unmute in just a moment as we get the witness ready to go. Nope. I've got... There we
attempting
go.
to introduce the...
Today.
Taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
That's correct.
And during that break, did we have a...
How many items of evidence is it? What items of evidence are in the bag? How many items of evidence are in the bag? And I do not disagree that this needed to be the first thing they ask about.
Chance to look inside the bag?
Yes.
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
Yes.
When
What
items
happened?
are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
WTF happened with the bag?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes.
If it's tested
Does it tell you before it leaves? How is it feeling? Does it speak to you? Does it travel?
for other types of information, maybe
Is it
DNA
getting
or
its,
biological fluids,
miles
can
on
that
Delta?
item be transferred to another department?
Yes.
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
Yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you
And to
opened
court.
up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent
It's a
with the
huge
taillight
problem.
housing?
Why is this a huge problem? This witness isn't the scientific evidence witness that would have brought these things back and forth to court. She unsealed the box and unsealed the bag, which means at some point, and this is purely my wonderings, supposition, theory. The other scientific witnesses handled this evidence during trial. Then the evidence is in the court's custody during trial. After a mistrial, everyone has to go get the evidence back. I suspect the issue is that when it was collected from court after the first trial, that, it got put back in not clearly. But this witness wouldn't know that. She opens the bag in court. She cut the box open. The bag didn't look taped, but she cut the box open in court. So this might be an issue with how it was packed up after the last proceeding, but this witness wouldn't have been a part of all of that. And for the defense, is there anything nefarious there? No. But if you're the defense, doesn't it just continue to look like, look, they don't even know what's happening. They don't even know what's happening. And it's not on her to fix it. This is not her problem. She did what she was supposed to do. She's like, I did my job. I'm not here when you all pack it up after court. But that is on the lawyers for the Commonwealth. And, well, Emily, who would it be helping get all the evidence put back together? Generally, the case agent. So, oh boy. But again, not this witness's problem.
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
I don't know. Right. I can't
Do
testify
you-
to that.
When you saw the pieces, do you know whether or
Brennan
not
should
any
have
of
known
the
that.
pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
Right.
The taillight housing,
This
did
is
it
a
have
mess.
any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, there's loose pieces in the bag.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
Yikes.
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. If I may have one moment. Okay.
Even if there is nothing manipulated, wrong, nefarious, it's still a really
One
bad
last
look.
question.
And I
When-
appreciate this witness. She's like, I'm not fixing your shit. Your pile of shit's your pile of shit. I don't know. I did my job. I don't know. She's not the witness to fix this. Does that mean, well, at a minimum, it means somebody was not paying attention to detail. Is anyone shocked? Be shocked. Is anyone shocked? She's like, and the fact that Brennan, when they were at sidebar, wasn't cognizant of what she was saying about things, because she would have explained, I imagine, at sidebar with him and Alessi, what is hers and what she knows. And then he's not reading what she is telling him and asking questions. So he's asking a bunch of questions that she's like, I don't know the answer to that. I did my part, and then it went to other crime lab technicians. And you called this witness first. This evidence can be marked as evidence. It probably can't be admitted until they get to the bottom of it. Messy, messy, messy. And kudos to this witness for like, I'm not fixing it. I saw what I saw. I can't testify to that. Yeah.
A bag is opened by somebody who's examining it.
Brennan's trying to fix it.
There are small loose pieces accompanying the item. Is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
Like, unless it's grains of sand, Hank, she is putting them into smaller. She's keeping things separate. It's the lab.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that.
Oh, I want to clear up. I see a couple questions about this before we get back. Please explain why she didn't examine all of it until 2023. She examined the parts that were her job to swab and to take apart, and the rest of it went back into other crime labs and then came back to her at the grand jury and then at the last trial.
That bag, do you see separate small containers of packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you?
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
And Alessi didn't object, which means whatever they handled at sidebar, they must have handled.
Yes.
Do I expect the other scientific witnesses will come in? I do expect that they will.
Yes.
But again, it is one more thing you're going to see the defense argue about how the evidence was handled in this case. And again, even if this was lack of attention to detail because of the last trial, it's fair. It's fair to point it out because the jury's sitting there like.
And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
The jury has to be like, what is happening?
146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag?
What
and
else is
also
in
the
there?
Small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you.
What else is in there? Mardo, this bag wasn't sealed because it was in a sealed evidence box. The bag not being sealed doesn't really worry me because it was in a sealed box. But other stuff just appearing is a lot.
Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Okay.
For the identification.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 22-02184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184. 3-1 assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
Oh boy. I know, it's unboxing court edition. I'm trying to turn it down.
This item was also located in the bag.
What?
This item was also located in
Okay.
the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
One of those has a sticker.
Thank you very much.
One of them does not have a sticker we can see.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that.
Alessi has got to be like, can we do cross now? Can we do cross now? I got questions. Can we do cross? Can we do cross now? Now can we do cross? Now? Is it now? Is it time? Is it now? Is it now? To be fair, Brennan probably had no idea this was going to happen either because nobody's unsealed the box and showed him what's in there. So Brennan is also dealing with this on the fly. He didn't pack these up after the last trial. He didn't see how the court put them together after the last trial. He wasn't there when the scientific evidence happened and those things were handled in court. So he doesn't know.
When you
either.
brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything
What
with
a
it?
mess.
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
Lord Castellan, he wouldn't have looked through it because he wouldn't have had all these witnesses to properly open it, seal it for chain of custody. He wouldn't, I don't think he would have had time to do that or had all these witnesses to do that. And in this case, I think if he had done that, it would have been like, when is this last open? Oh, you and the DA opened this? What did you guys do? No one from the defense team was there. He would have trusted that, maybe his issue, that it would have been packaged up properly. So he couldn't have just gone through those on his own. And it's so many different witnesses with the different pieces of evidence. I don't think he would have done it.
A polyester swab. I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit.
Okay.
Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab? What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area. And there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole. And in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
So that's a no.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
At some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Honestly, I'm more interested in, for me, I am more interested in what's on the edges of the pieces of Taillight, because Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, for the most part, lived together, or at least cohabitated frequently. So if John O'Keefe's DNA is on the outside portions of the Taillight, that's not odd to me. They live in the same area. He could have put his hand on the side of the SUV while closing the back or walking past it or whatever. So having DNA on the outside portion of the taillight isn't nearly as relevant to me as what is on the edges of the taillight, because I would expect the car to show that John O'Keefe has interacted with the car. I would expect that. So is the DNA something that is, illuminating to me in this case? Not really, but what is on the pieces of taillight that would not be exposed but for them being broken, much more interested in that. Just much more interested in that.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You take that down. Thank you.
Why just one cup? Which cup?
At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Do you have a picture?
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. You recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I
you
took
look
of
at this
a
photograph?
gray sweatshirt.
Is that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
Can you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
And move these 4 photographs into evidence?
I could just see them quickly.
The defense asked to see those, which the defense should be shown before the prosecution approaches. The defense also has these in discovery, but when you have potentially thousands of pages,
So let's mark them. One
you
is
need to know what you are looking at.
A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
All right, we're going to see the photo she was just looking at.
Is that one of the
Of the
photographs you just
sweatshirt?
recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194.
That's identifying the areas of damage.
Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
Waiting till we
There's a little bit
got to a
different
question.
markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I used to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P-196, which is 147C.
These will
What does
come
that
up
depict
a
then?
lot more
That is a
in this
close-up of
case
the area of damage 1 that I did further
with
examination
other
on.
experts,
Could
like
we
a
zoom in
lot.
a little bit on the, yes, the circle part.
Yes, the circle part.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you...
Brennan, can you tell me what part of the car the circle part is? And I'm not talking about the wheels that go round and round, sir. Can you
examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P-197,
Question.
which
And
is
it's day
exhibit
15.
147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the
Sir?
holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis
I'm
for each
sorry,
and every
now I'm
one of
just being
those
snarky.
areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. showing you two photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What
For
is
those
it?
of you asking,
This
are we
is,
going to be doing this all
item
afternoon?
7-17 is an orange T-shirt.
Probably.
Is it fair?
Should I wait? Yes. If it's loud, you should wait. Yeah. If it's loud, you
Is
should
that a
wait.
fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please take a look.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Hey, weird. Actually, we well, law school included an entire year of legal writing, my curriculum. I don't know how long that's been part of the curriculum, but I don't imagine Brennan's that much older than I am. So, I could probably
With the court's
look,
permission,
but
I'd like
yes,
to show
legal writing.
P232 to the jury.
However, things that happen in practice should involve Grammarly. That's all I'm saying. Like there are things to help you. It's
Can
not
you
like
tell
you're
us
on
what
a
you see?
typewriter.
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange
Typewriter
T-shirt.
could be corrected.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
Oh,
That
that's
is
the date they
case
were
number,
photographed.
the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had
When did you examine it
obtained
then?
this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
Oh
And on the
no,
left, what's that ruler used?
that is like a year later. I thought the year later was when she was reopening them again for the grand jury. No, that is 1 year later. Woo, buddy. Oh, buddy. Yep. T. Chase, I appreciate the polarization in the chat. However, the color that polarization on lenses gives me migraines, so I cannot polarize my glasses because I am special.
That's a scale just to show the size of the
And
item.
everything gives me headaches.
Could we zoom back out and get a full
Yeah,
look
I
at
can't
that?
polarize.
Thank you. If you could turn next to
This will come up more in cross, I am sure, but yes.
What is that a
2023.
photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt,
Which I had
item
forgotten.
7-17.
And or blocked
Ms.
from my
Gilman, can we
mind.
first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please?
HD, yes. I wear the tinted glasses because I get many fewer headaches. It also helped with my depth perception, night driving, and a few other things. So, yeah, the tinted lenses have been a huge win. But
Please.
I'm very light sensitive.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Could we now turn to the top
I had
right?
forgotten that the ferret blood can also cause a
Zoom in
false
if you would.
positive. I don't think that's the
You see
issue in
three
this
tabs
case.
there. What are you looking
I think
for
the issue in
those
this
areas?
case is that all of this was on the floor of an ambulance and a hospital is the issue.
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yeah, though.
Yes, I did not.
This is just, to me, it looks like this shirt was wadded and dropped onto the floor of the ambulance the way that some of those other larger stains are. Smaller in those specific areas, but the shirt was on the floor of the ambulance, the floor of the hospital, and elsewhere. It's
Perform any additional analysis on those area of damage.
And then was
due
in a
to the fact
bag.
that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
not just a bag. Then it was in a wet bag because it was wet. Then it was in a wet bag with all the clothes because it seems like all the clothes went into one bag. Then it was driving around in a car. Then who knows where the fuck it was until March when it went to the crime lab. So I take the clothes with it is what it is, just because where the clothes were is so unknown until March when they get to the crime lab.
Write it down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you two photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
I'd move these two into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, these are the jeans.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
The front of the jeans.
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman.
I mean, the cuts are easy to see.
And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Thank you.
I wish they would have lined the cut on the jeans up because it overlaps down here on the cut. I wish we could see the jeans laid together.
If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes?
Yeah,
about
that the
pants?
pockets appear to be intact.
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
Yeah, some of that's blood.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom?
That's helpful. Then again, this is all being done a year later.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence
Where?
collection relative to the
Where
clothing?
did you
Yes, I
test
did.
the red brown
Could you share with the
stains?
jury what you did as far as further
There's
evidence
a lot of that on the
collection
jeans looks like
relative to
blood,
the
but not
clothing?
all of it is.
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping
be
and
photographed
swabbing of the
first
unstained area of the
before they're
sweatshirt
swabbed.
for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes? Yes. In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to...
In the paper, in the envelope,
study
to
and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange T-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
So the sweatshirt...
Yes, there was some visible debris.
The sweatshirt and T-shirt debris were combined together.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do.
He wants her to just
So the debris
say small.
from the sweatshirt and T-shirt was
it's not going to
item
happen.
7-18.18.
That's how
I'm
small
going to ask you
the
one more time for that number.
packaging was.
7-18.18.
Wrong, Emily. That's the item number.
Item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
He's taking notes.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
The court's like, yes, please do. I'm going to put this at 1.25 until
That item number, the
she
debris from the
starts talking too fast for us to to follow, but we are going through all of the different numbers. So I'll slow it back down when we need to.
Was
Or if-
7-1.8.
These are all going to come in with other lab personnel because other lab personnel tested these. Jody Aloha, I wish I could answer your question,
Those two
which
items,
is
the
why would they combine the t-shirt and
debris that
hoodie?
you acquired from those clothes.
Surely it would be better to put it in two different baggies. Well, I have no idea. They didn't ask her. I bet it'll come up on cross. I wonder if the thought process was they were together when they were worn, so it would be together.
Clothing items. Did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, to trace. She's not even 1.25 in real time.
When you arrived
Brennan.
at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at
Not
an
what she
item
was
that's been
told.
stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
Oh, well, Brennan, we know exactly where you're going. We know exactly where you're going to the natural questions. Would the weather preserve something on an item longer?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view?
You know what scientific witnesses aren't going to do? Generally, they're not going to tell you shit that's not within their purview. Good scientific witnesses are just like, what? I don't know if there's any studies on that.
Videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
Mother Sleuth, we will get to the SUVs.
I don't believe that's a part of the video I
system
saw.
with other
no.
witnesses.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay.
She's just like, no, I'm not
Thank
answering
you.
that.
I have no further questions.
Oh, and on to cross with Attorney Alessi. She's like, I have no knowledge of that. I don't. I imagine the first question is, so May, it's gonna be May. Not to rush you, Attorney Alessi, and your Tic Tac, but
May I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk
Great.
to have a marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
okay, those are being marked into evidence. And as those are getting marked, I'm going to speed us up a little. Oh, because the poor, no, I'm not. I'm going to skip, because the poor court reporter, they can't continue on while the court reporter is marking items because she's the court reporter.
It's 150 through 153.
And she
And Your
can't
Honor, there's one more exhibit.
dictate well writing.
Stipulation offering that evidence for purpose. Next in order.
For all of you asking, why do they make the court reporter mark the exhibits? I have no idea.
54.
Different than in my jurisdictions.
Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient
Okay.
for the last one. Excuse me. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Defense.
And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be.
What are we doing?
With Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need them for
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach for the witness? Thank you.
They are going back and forth with the items. I'm going to zoom until he starts. There we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
You were dispatched to the Sallyport at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by
Alessi, sir, I know you have stacks of notes. I know that you do, but sir, there's a microphone. There's a microphone right under your notebook. Yikes.
former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, there we go.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
It's just right on the mic.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
Who typically marks the exhibits? In the jurisdictions I've worked in, the court clerk. In this jurisdiction, it is typically the court reporter who, I mean, they are sitting right next to the witness. You don't have to wander all over the courtroom, but I have seen it with the clerk.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
Yep, no conclusions drawn. Just, it is what it is.
You're
I process what I
forensic
process.
scientist
Someone else does
for
the rest
the
of that.
Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight,
it's not her job to conclude,
became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct. Okay. I appreciate
The
you, Alessi. You are thoughtful and specific in your words, which is going to let us just, we're going to 125. But again, you didn't do any of this, right? Not her job. So
The scratches?
She didn't conclude
The
anything.
Broken taillight?
Not her job.
On the Lexus? To your
So
knowledge, as you
I
sit
put him
here
at
today,
1.25.
could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge,
it could have been when?
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue,
Good line of
blood,
questioning.
biological material and
You don't know how they
things
got
of that
there?
nature
Nope.
on the vehicle.
You don't know
correct?
when they got there?
Yes, I did.
Nope.
In
On
that
this day they were there.
inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Harnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I don't know if she was told that.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, I guess she was.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
It's better
However, you've seen
that they
since
don't.
then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With Your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
I imagine
Thank you.
that's going to be the photo of John O'Keefe's right arm.
Ms. Harnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
No, she can't.
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put the, are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything.
The court is always so concerned about turning the lights back on. Your Honor, let us all sit in the dark for a minute. Some of us hate overhead lighting. It's the fucking worst. I just wonder if the judge can't see her notes. Like, I just wonder if the judge can't see her notes. But she's always like, can we put the lights back on? No! Leave them off. This is better.
On the SUV.
Let us sit in the dark.
That would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Sustain.
It is beyond her scope. I appreciate the cross. The cross is saying this
We cannot
witness.
take that down, Your Honor. Thank you.
This witness can't say how anything got where it got or when anything got where it got. All she did is document what was on the day that she arrived, and that is it.
Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport
It's true, Lola.
Kent Police Department on February 1st,
Lola in the chat said
2000?
she is very sensitive about the jury looking at the autopsy photos. It is a fair point. It is a very fair point. It's like, can we take this down?
22.
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here
So
today,
nothing remarkable.
there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
I imagine some of these questions, I'm going to speed this back down. Some of those questions are going to come up
Did
in
anyone ask you
their
to examine
experts.
that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
And just a little note, when the Commonwealth did their statement before the jury view and they were talking about the SUV, they asked the jury to pay particular attention to the area above the rear glass, and then the other areas on the back of the SUV. I think on that model Lexus, there's maybe brake lights on that top, but there's like a piece of the trunk that kind of sticks out on the top where the glass is and then down below, and they asked to pay attention to that area. I suspect, and this is just me following where the Commonwealth is going, that their expert will have something to say about that area of the SUV and the height of that area of the SUV and what we're going to see. Charles Samples, thank you. The time that we do love spoilers is when that's what we're talking about on the car. Appreciate it. So my brain is just like, what? My brain is so no spoilers that we've gone no spoilers even when that's the proper word for the thing. But the Commonwealth wanted them to pay attention. I imagine their new accident reconstructionist is going to point out that area, but she was not directed to that area. So this is laying the groundwork for when the defense argues. This is all new. The Commonwealth is still trying to make this fit together. They didn't even ask crime scene services to process that area of the car. They didn't even ask them to look at it because they're just, well, I don't know if the defense will say they're just making it up as they go, but that's where I think that argument might go as they get to their experts. So that's why Alessi's asking about, were you asked to do anything with that area above the rear window of the car?
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of
She
the
mentioned
vehicle?
the undercarriage.
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back,
I drive them. That's it. Just leave it. I like the foundation that
vehicle,
Alessi is laying for their later
and if we go
arguments.
Sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about above the lift gate, going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath, and more a little toward the front. Is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right. So the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage.
Yes.
What I appreciate about Alessi's cross is these are not like boom goes the dynamite cross. These are lighting a very, very long fuse for later argument types of cross.
Anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it,
the puzzle
of the vehicle?
pieces in front of the jury.
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results?
See, a lot of you said undercarriage Austin Power.
Those results were negative.
I think undercarriage bridesmaids. But I get it.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of
In
note
the areas
that would be
where she
part of that
tested,
screening
correct.
test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
Anyone who lives in an area that has lots of animals that run across the road knows how that goes. So she's like, I didn't see anything under the car. I didn't see anything under the car. Tested the lowest lying areas. If the lowest lying areas of the car don't have blood, it's very unlikely that it's going to be up in the, because it's an SUV kind of high off the ground. It's unlikely it's going to be higher up.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. Okay. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer
He's asked her that before.
Of the Lexus?
That's a good question.
When it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
That's a good question.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
Only if she wrote it.
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay.
So no.
So
that's fair.
You were there with Trooper Clark on.
It's not going to refresh her recollection if it's not something she ever independently knew or made a recollection of. That's actually a very fair example of it doesn't matter what you show me. It's not going to refresh my recollection because I never knew that information. Vis-a-vis when people are trying to avoid answering a question, I think the difference is noticeable.
February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
I have to ask him. You have to ask Trooper Clark. I saw you guys talking about C4
on the vehicle.
C4 is the danger silly putty.
Your inspection as a forensic scientist too.
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for
it's like a danger
potential
sleuth.
biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So, but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed a damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But
it's different.
Although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
She's there to forensically process it for trace evidence. She's not there to do the mechanical analysis of the car.
Moving on to another category, you spoke
yes,
on
lots of you in the
direct
chat said
examination
serious
about
putty.
Solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions.
Excuse me, she called them red plastic. She was trying to be serious in an unserious situation, so she did not say red solo cup, but apparently they are quite excellent at holding liquid, per other testimony in this trial.
Put on the screen, do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
She swabbed one cup.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from Solo cups?
Do you think Alessi's just leaning all the way forward on the podium like, have you ever had to do that? Isn't it ridiculous? Like, he's just like, this is just silly, right? Have you, in all of your experience, like, this is just not what happens. Like, just all the way forward. All right. His voice is animated for the jury, not for this witness. But the jury knows how preposterous this is without Alessi needing to tell them that.
And there
but I had to rewind it
depictions
because
put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
It's funny.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red Solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case,
girl,
did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from Solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red Solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample?
She's like, I did my shit the way we do our shit, but I've never, but not that.
From a red Solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
So it didn't just become like standard law enforcement procedure? No? Weird.
How many swabs did you take?
This is what I want to hear more about.
The red Solo cups.
I took 2 swabs.
From one cup? I know. The fact that Alessi didn't say that people played beer pong with
Solo cups that you were going to take, and I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at. Is you took 2
One
swabs,
cup.
but they were from the same Solo cup.
That's correct.
I'll see myself out.
Do you recall how you chose which
2
Solo
swabs.
cup you were going to take the swab
cup.
from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
Sorry.
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Right.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best Solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those Solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
She didn't think it was significant. She didn't think it was significant. She's like, I just picked a cup. How did you pick which cup you were swabbing? I just picked a cup. I just picked a cup. So why just one? It didn't seem like I needed to take more than one. Law enforcement probably told her, and I don't know if she would have written this down in her report, but I can imagine a world where law enforcement told her these are all from the exact same area. And she was like, okay, so they're all just the same, but you don't know that. I don't know. Are you going to run out of swabs?
Forensic scientist 2. You're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Again,
do you know
she just
which
picked one and didn't swab the
red-brown
rest?
stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which Solo cup in the bag that these Solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
And that's the
No,
issue.
that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verio.
What she said was, I was told that they were all collected from the same single stained area. Not that there were multiple different drops, but a single stain. So one can understand how they would be like, well, if these are all different, but then why would you have 6 cups if it's a single stain? Because what law enforcement testified to, which is why this is the worst game of fucking telephone ever, but law enforcement testified that there were different drops. So it was one area, but it was not one single stain. So the information conveyed to her was bad information. So she made the decision she thought was appropriate with the information she was given, but the information she was given was terrible because it's not one stain. It is numerous stains in a similar area. But nobody documented it, so nobody put like a 1 on the cup and was like, this drop came from here and this drop came from here. So it doesn't even if they did have more information, I don't know if it would help because they don't know where it came from.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups.
Which one?
And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from that
is correct.
person.
Worst
Did
game
that
of telephone
person
ever.
show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence.
Ew, what?
From the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No testing was done on those swabs.
Why is that? I bet I know.
So
because they went to the lab and said, hey, we swabbed snow and blood that came from somewhere at the crime scene and was put into red solo cups. And they said that is not going to have any evidentiary value because it's not secured, it's not sterile, it's what?
We all sit here today. There has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
Ding, ding, ding.
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
Correct. Not her
and thus,
decision.
we don't know if there were multiple contributors.
No idea.
To those stains. Oh.
Sustained.
It's argument. Here's the problem with the solo cups. Even if the way they were collected is so bad, it loses evidentiary value. That's not the purpose for the defense. The purpose for the defense is, could be anybody's blood. Could not be blood. We don't know because nobody even bothered to test it. Why did they bother to test it? That's the defense's argument. But even if the crime lab had swabbed all of those 6 cups separately and then tested all of them, here's the other issue. What if they come back differently? Okay, where did cup 1 come from? Well, which one's cup 1? None of them are labeled. There's nothing to correlate what's in the cup 1, assuming somebody got a fucking Sharpie and wrote on the cups, which they didn't. Where is that related to where it was picked up on the crime scene? They have no idea. The collection is just so bad. And that's the point for the defense, right? How do you know? Too many questions. They never even tested it. We will see one of the scientific witnesses come in at some point and discuss this, but if you're the jury, are you just like, so what answers do we have?
You testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you took swab from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left.
Is that new information?
And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
She said Canton
to
Police
my
4
knowledge,
times.
it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
You know, it would help. There's like a chain of custody. Man, that's not on you.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than
That
former
calls for
Trooper
speculation.
Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented
That
them,
makes
you
sense.
don't know.
Gallagher. I gave them back to the person who presented them to me. Gallagher. Mr. They hold liquid fantastically.
Who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a first-hand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Look, Alessi's listening to the answers. It's
Monday.
So good.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
Today's Wednesday. So last week, totally fair. What day is it? There's a video of the removal of the light casing, which would have been something she would have prepped with. But like, oh my God, what day is it? There is a video of that. We saw it last trial. They didn't play it this trial, but there is a video of her and Canton PD removing the entirety of the casing.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing
Prepping for
video?
trial.
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand, so I knew what it.
Didn't we see it last trial?
It consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Oh.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come?
Did they play it with the other officer? They might have played it with the other officer and not with her.
Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your Honor's permission. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they showed it with the officer.
We have up on...
but that's my memory. It was also
the screens
a year and 84 years ago.
I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the taillight housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes, correct.
And just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that taillight.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red, and then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed, and that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the may I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the
inside.
taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that helps you.
She didn't swab the inside. That's...
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area?
No, I did not.
Correct.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area,
Chat, that is not a
you
toilet
are not
seat.
able to.
It looks like a magnifier that you would pull over that might have a light on the bottom of it. It is not a toilet seat. It is magnifying.
Say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present if
Chad
there
is
was
like,
DNA present
"Bullshit, it's a
on
toilet
that
seat."
swab. It would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
Fine, it's a toilet
But
seat for
again,
ants.
on the inside, because you
At the
didn't
crime
swab
lab.
the inside,
I acquiesce.
you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With
She
that,
didn't swab
with
the
regard
inside.
to
She didn't swab the inside.
What we'll call the outside, where you did swab, as opposed to the inside, where you didn't. You cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight
She
lens,
doesn't know if there
or
was
some other
DNA.
place in that
Does
area,
she?
correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
She said if anything was recovered, she can't tell you where it was.
You did
Again,
not find.
blood is where he's probably going. But again, for all the reasons I stated before, would it shock me if John O'Keefe's DNA is on this vehicle of his girlfriend of over 2 years who often stayed at his house and parked in his garage? No.
Any glass on the inside of the taillight?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
He asked if there was any kind of glass at all
I
on
did
the
not note
inside of the taillight.
anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sallyport for your entire inspection.
Alessi, where did you go? No glass inside the casing of the taillight during the inspection at Canton PD is what Alessi's asking.
January 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I
Dale,
didn't
this witness
find
found the glass on
anything
the
that was
bumper.
not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
So, using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight.
Yeah, there's
that
nothing
could have
rattling
been
around.
glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong.
Excuse me, Alessi, we don't call it exogenous. That might have to be our word of the day. We prefer the term rando, not to take court fully down from its level of prestige, but rando. Was there anything rando? Was it inside the taillight? Is what he wants to know. Yeah, I think
I'm
exogenous
hesitant
has
to
be a
answer
word
that
of the day.
specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is
Not clearly, it's
found
not.
no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe
Withdrawn.
in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So,
Alessi, just bust it out. Bust it. No. Have her put on her gloves. Have her grab the taillight out of the evidence bag. You have the physical item in evidence. Have her grab it out of the evidence bag, and then y'all can talk about it together. But she is saying if like the LED light in there or something is made out of glass, she can't tell you if it's made out of glass to a scientific certainty because it hasn't been analyzed for its chemical properties. But she can say that there was nothing like rattling around in there like a fucking snow globe. That she can say. There were no like pieces of stuff wedged in there. There were no loose pieces inside there. Just pull out the casing. Where he is going, I suspect, is laying the foundation for later, arguing that the taillight was not broken by having a drinking glass like the one found at the scene thrown at it or damaging it in that way. We will hear this testimony later, but there was a broken drinking glass found at the scene, and there is glass, or presumed to be glass, on the bumper of the Lexus. He wants to know if there are pieces of rando glass inside the taillight.
Last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight.
If he said debris, it would be easier, chat. You are correct.
I
You are
wouldn't
wise.
make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
You would say debris. You're right, chat. She would say debris.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
Didn't swab.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to
I think if
what
he had
is
asked if
sometimes
there was...
referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept.
She's not the DNA person, and this isn't going to get far. I think if he had asked her, because she was saying, if you want to ask me if there was anything out of place within the taillight casing, I can tell you that, and there wasn't. But she's trying to say there's nothing out of place broken off inside there, and he wanted to focus on glass, and she wasn't going to answer if it was glass or not because she can't.
Right, Ms. Harnett?
Yes, that's
But I
correct.
get where she was going
And
with
what is,
there
for the
weren't just
jurors,
random pieces in there.
Understanding, what is touch DNA?
Yes, chat. No foreign objects. No foreign objects inside the taillight.
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
We've all been transported today, ma'am. It's been a long day. We don't know what day it is either.
Walk by the podium and brush my hand against it.
Alessi, if we get to the very end of the day and you bring all of this back around to, I'm sorry, what? Friction ridge skin? If we get back to friction ridge skin, I am going to die. We're just getting all the way back to this morning. That's where we're at.
Like that.
Undercarriages
I can very
and
well
friction ridge skin.
DNA on that podium for what I just did.
And Alessi is touching, he's just fondling the podium with his DNA. Alessi's just like leaving his DNA.
Is it possible for me, as I'm sitting...
Go leave your DNA in the App Store and get the Leonard app. Or subscribe. Sorry, had to.
...here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide
kinds of
DNA.
biological material.
Do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
So good.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the
We're not
Lexus,
going to get into
correct?
transfer DNA
Yes,
anymore
that's
today,
correct.
I
And
hope.
you use the term apparent glass,
touch
as I
DNA.
understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass.
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Chat, I know I started it. I appreciate you.
And on your direct examination,
I
you went
appreciate
through
you.
a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There will be a DNA
Your Honor, with your permission,
analyst that will testify.
Can
We will do this again.
Exhibit 141, which is in evidence? Yes. Thank you.
The whole chat
Mr.
is
Wolf?
ready for pictures. We're just like, whatever. Look, there's always days of scientific
Ms. Harnett,
testimony. It
I'm,
lays
showing you
foundations
what,
for other things. It's
is
needed.
Exhibit 141
It's not always
in
worth it.
evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
Sure.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained
Sour
person,
cream and onion chips
and that's
today.
how you get your forensic
These ones.
scientist
Those.
title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are...
I think, and then I'm going to stop pausing this part because I think we're getting to the end of cross, but I think part of the difficulty of showing that picture on the screen is that the camera in court trying to zoom in on the television screen in court on the photo makes it hard. The jury will have the physical copies and the discs to look at themselves, so they are going to be able to see things likely better than we will.
important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result, the best collection, and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect?
If we have 2 words of the day, I'm here for it, but I couldn't hear you very well, Alessi.
Protocols.
Is the quantity of the material...
Chat one more time. What did he say? And Guy Finley, this was 10 out of 10. We have no need for a protocol droid. 10 out of 10. You know who needs a fucking protocol droid? All of Canton PD and Mass State Troopers. But I could not hear him. Quantity? Veracity? I don't know. We might be out of luck on that one. I couldn't hear him very well.
Is the quantity
Oh, quantity.
of the material
Thank you.
You observe
Thanks, chat.
and collect also relevant, perhaps
I couldn't
not
hear him
to
well.
other persons in the
Quantity.
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get
The amount.
the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss? I'm sorry, can you ask that question again,
Sure.
please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it was a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make make correct collection, right?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you.
All right, the defense is going to talk to their tech guy who's on the little tiny desk taking care of all of their things, who for the first part of trial, it sounded like Mr. Wolf, like there were multiples, but I think it's W-O-L-K. And I'm going to fast forward as Alessia is doing that.
You could zoom in.
We are putting up Exhibit 133.
The stickers, right? So, Ms. Harnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 130.
Is it a reflection? Let's continue on with Alessi.
33.
Okay.
Chat, if all of you are saying, I thought it looked weird on direct because wouldn't the sticker on the tailgate be flat and not horizontal?
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot.
Really?
You're saying this is a reflection?
Can you hand her the photo?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you.
He's asking you if it is a reflection. That's what he's asking you. If it is a reflection. Ma'am, what does your report say? That's why you have a report.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture.
Okay.
He wants to look at this photograph.
And you could zoom in.
Just hand them to her.
Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
Alessi,
a reverse
what?
B as in Bob?
I'm going to fail this eye exam. This is a terrible eye exam, but I see where Alessi's going with it, and he can probably see it. Wait.
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question. So.
Sure.
Alessi's like, we would like to clear this matter up.
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Because if it was on the tailgate, wouldn't it be flat against the tailgate?
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct.
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you too well.
I'm sorry.
The court reporter's like, sir, speak up. So, chat, whose fault is it for asking if those are 2 different stickers and not catching the reflection? Is it the witness? Is it the prosecutor? Or is it both? Because Alessi caught it, and a lot of you in the chat were just like, wait, what? I'm gonna let Alessi keep going with his cross, and then we'll talk about it.
I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone picking up? So therefore,
because I want to see the report.
Conclude, because of the reflection and because of the...
Because as the Commonwealth, it's your job to know what is in the report and to ask those questions when you prep the witness. But also for the witness, it is important to know your report, and if something in the photo looks off with your report, to say, that's not what's reflected in my report. The lawyers aren't always right.
Picking up. So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one
sticker
and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture.
What's your report
What
say?
I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell.
And again,
that
for the defense, today with this witness, the prosecution had no idea what was in the evidence bag. You've got a witness up there pulling things out, being like, and then there's this. She didn't say whatever the fuck this is. Her face did. That's not on the record. But she was like, I didn't put those in there. So you've got the whole evidence bag kerfuffle. And then you have just the lack of attention to detail from the prosecutor on direct in asking these questions. And so for the defense at this point, does it really matter what her answers are? Probably not, because it just looks terrible. Even if it is a genuine mistake on this witness's part, even if it is an oversight, it doesn't matter, because we've had numerous issues with people pulling stuff out of evidence bags and being like, this is this, and then everybody going, what? And the jury has watched it every step of the way. And I said multiple times early on in this trial, where the prosecution has an advantage in a retrial is there aren't going to be these moments of, well, Caitlin Albert isn't just someone you went to high school with, is it? Because the witnesses know what's coming. And yet, even though it's a retrial, and you would expect that there are not a lot of surprises, because most of those moments, the inverted video and the rest of it has already happened in the first trial. So the prosecution is prepared, and so are the witnesses. There are still these moments, especially with the evidence bags, of this is the shoe found at 34 Fairview. Oh, wait, no, the hospital. Just kidding. Well, this evidence bag should have one thing in it, and there's like all this other shit there. The why doesn't matter as much for the defense's purposes of arguing, because their defense is that this investigation was not well done. The witnesses are making it easier for the defense to argue that this investigation was not well done. That's their whole defense. And I think it's a stronger defense than running down other rabbit holes, because these witnesses have given them so much to go on with. This was not a carefully done investigation. But I can't imagine that the jurors aren't just like, seriously? Maybe they'll think this is picky on whether it's a reflection or not, but not with the evidence bags. Like, how do you get to where the evidence bags are just not reflecting what's in them. This witness has got to be so mad.
Is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a
He picks his words carefully at the end of his cross, doesn't he?
reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
It's possible.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Sustained.
It's asked and answered.
You would agree that
I
it's
know, Alessi,
important.
sometimes the hardest part is to take the good answer and sit down, but you got the good answer. It's possible.
To have
Redirect's going to be
the
real interesting.
accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So, with regard to
She's like, I still took what was on the
others
bumper.
might do and conclude from that,
I still took what was
it
in
could
the
be
bumper.
important to them, correct? Let's go to these. We can go back to the.
She's not happy. And she's saying, look, it doesn't matter. I took what was on the bumper.
None of these pieces
and what I took
of
on the bumper all
apparent
got
glass were embedded
labeled
in
together.
the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they
embedded,
were on the bumper,
They
correct?
were on the bumper.
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
The evidence was very verbal. It was tired.
If we could...
to anyone watching this trial for the first time today, we've gotten to a witness saying
may
that the
confer with
evidence
Mr. Wolf on the video.
spoke to him. So
Do you need the lights on to do it?
that is why the quip that the evidence at this point is just exhausted. And at day 15, aren't the rest of us? I'm going to zoom.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit
Nope, we're back.
124, Mr. Woke, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
But Alessi's cross style is very methodical, and he lights those long fuses to be used down the road. Ah, see? I thought the dolly had the crime scene tape. That's about the only thing I can see well in this appalling video, but the crime scene tape is, in fact, tied to it. Things that were tired. This camera in
there
the
have
Sallyport.
been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sallyport on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
She didn't know that.
Can you
She doesn't know
ask it
that.
differently so you need it clearer?
Alessi,
Yes.
she doesn't know what happened on January 29th. She got there
Do you
February 1st and
recall
didn't see any
when you
snow.
were at the Sallyport on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point.
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory.
129 is when it was taken.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points,
Sure.
Mr. Wolk, that
I don't
would be
know if the
helpful.
video is going to help unless
May
it
we,
shows
Your Honor?
somebody taking the snow off the
Thank
car.
you.
They said they let the snow melt off in the Sallyport, or they used. I don't know if that was this trial. Withdrawn. We'll do this a different day. Oh, look at that! It's like it's melting before our very eyes. I don't think we've seen this part of this video before. Look at that. Why is it falling off? Okay. For everyone that is mobile gaming, crafting, painting, finishing up their dissertation, whatever you're doing, come on back real quick. We're going to back this up because the snow is actually fucking falling off in the video that they didn't play earlier. Look at that. Come on back real quick. Just watch together. The timestamp on this is January 29th. I'm going to try to see the time. In the first trial, they testified that they used Canton PD because it was heated. I don't know if they used Canton PD, if they testified that they used Canton PD because it was heated. I think they did, because I remember my snark better than the testimony, which is embarrassing but true, because I remember saying, well, of course they wanted to be in the heated Sallyport as opposed to out in the elements or in an unheated garage to do this investigation in January. Like, obviously that is one of the top reasons, but also they wanted the snow to be able to come off naturally. So, look, Alex, you said, LOL, how did you know I'm writing my dissertation? Look, I know what the law nerds are up to. Y'all are a smart bunch. The time looks like 9:27:48 p.m. And there's one piece of snow falling off of the back windshield. And then that other piece that was hanging on just starts dripping down the car. Holy moly.
You could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just...
This courthouse is in the city center. I see the snow falling off. I don't think we ever watched this before.
Thank you. I think they passed.
Look at that. It hit the crime scene tape and everything. Oh, look, more snow. It's like shearing. Well, I guess it did melt off. At least it answers that question. The snow does appear to be falling off of the car at 9:40 p.m. For those of you asking, no, we have not seen this video play
Bit, Mr. Wolk,
during
without
this trial.
overly accelerating all that's happening.
We have not seen this video play during this trial. We saw stills from it. We knew it existed, but we haven't seen this part of this video play. We're now at 9:57, 9:58, 10:01, 10:02. They do have it sped up though, so it makes the stuttering. 10:05, 10:07, 10:08, 10:11. Hate that this is sped up.
And accelerated a little bit more.
Okay.
And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please.
Okay. Kristen,
Can you describe
the
what you
snow
just
melting
saw?
is one of the most interesting things that's
Wherever the white
happened
material
today.
was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off.
For sure.
And where was it falling onto?
The ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground?
The crime scene
For
tape.
example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2012.
Cheryl asked what I'm sure everybody's wondering, if the event happened in January of 2022, because January 2022, why were the testings done in May of 2023? I wonder if Alessi will ask that on cross. We're not there yet.
22, you were at the Sallyport
We'll see.
on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So,
Did we just watch snow melt in court?
That-
Yep.
occurs on January 29. You come to the Sallyport on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is
Alessi has gotten very soft and incredulous, and he said, this was all happening on January 29th, and you got there on February 1st, and there was glass on the bumper?
just perched on the bumper. Correct?
Perched.
Yes, that's correct.
The jury will be able to watch that video for themselves later if they
Do you
want
know
to.
generally where Dighton,
Oh, you're back.
Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Ma'am, wasn't this vehicle on a tow truck? Didn't it like drive from Meadows to Dighton and then from Dighton back to Canton on a tow truck? Didn't it?
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
I mean, there was an incident.
Yes, that's correct.
So
I
you
think
knew you were
what the
looking at
incident
this
was is
vehicle, when you were looking
much
at
in
this vehicle
controversy.
and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
To be fair, per the Commonwealth's theory, the car went from 34 Fairview to 1 Meadows Ave, from 1 Meadows Ave, driving around to find Jen and Carrie and whatever. We don't have the rest of that route yet. That may or may not come into evidence. We'll see. But we know that Karen Reed left 1 Meadows Ave to go end up at Jen's house. Then from Jen's house back to 1 Meadows Ave, where everybody looked at the car. We saw those Ring videos. Then they took Carrie's car to 34 Fairview. Then Karen is at the hospital. Then Karen is back at 1 Meadows Ave. Then from 1 Meadows Ave, the car drives to Dighton. And then from Dighton, it is taken via tow truck back to Canton. So leaves 34 Fairview with just a cat's track of snow on the ground. Because it is not heavy, heavy snow at the time that the prosecution is alleging this to have happened. Like what, 1231, 1232. So cat track of snow at 12:30, whatever, when it goes back to 34 Fairview, because Karen Reed gets back to 34 Fairview around 12:36, 12:37, 12:41 is when we hear those voicemails, is parked there for a few hours in the garage. Then, hi, Fred, you scared me. I didn't even hear you jump up on the desk. Then I said cat's track, and you just tracked yourself right on in. Yep. Then driving all around in the blizzard of blizzards then parked outside at One Meadows, then driven to Dighton, then, well, thank you, buddy. Then on a tow truck. Car's moving a lot.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey,
Fred?
correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
Fred.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Maybe more.
Is that what you're saying?
I don't know if she knows how many miles it is.
Well,
the problem with that question for Alessi, from me being picky, is that Alessi asked her previously, you have no idea when and how those ended up on the bumper. So she doesn't know when and how those ended up on the bumper. So she's not going to say how long they would have been on the bumper because she's already testified. I don't know when they got there. I know February 1st, they were there. That's what she knows. She's like, I don't know when and how they got there. And she's not going to testify to that because he did a great job of saying, you don't know when those got here. You don't know how. You know that they were there February 1st and that's it.
When do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
Sometime
I
before
don't know when the apparent
I
glass appeared on the
got
bumper.
to Canton.
So you believe it's possible that the
Fred,
apparent glass
if you chew that cable,
appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Sustained.
that's not what she's saying. Leave the
You
audio
know
cables alone.
the weather conditions
You're going to be fired as an office assistant.
that were in the area. We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know
Full
when
code Fred
the
today.
vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Y'all are encouraging Fred's
For
fuckery.
purposes of my questioning.
Thankfully,
Do
the
you
birds are
know
back outside, so we
what
can go watch
the
them.
weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No.
Do we know the approximate wind speed of a sparrow? And can we get to laden or unladen sparrows? Please? Please, can we get there? She doesn't know. She's not going to know. She's not going to know where the car went. She's not going to know how fast the wind was. She doesn't know. These questions are not for her. These questions are for the jury to sit there and go, huh, that's weird. How did that glass tootle around in a blizzard and hang out?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
Stop it. And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center,
Okay.
as to, so Ms. Harnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document.
These
that would
questions
show
are not
the
for this
date,
witness.
and
This
then
witness
go,
doesn't know. These
from
questions are
left
so
to
the
right,
jury knows
Ms. Harnett,
close
please,
in
of the
time
jury.
that glass was just sitting there after the car had been through all of this.
And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to.
That is why.
And if you now then can proceed to the
You can't chew the cables.
yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to? And can you highlight what it relates to?
And yes, y'all,
And if
look,
you could now go down to
we have video
go
evidence
up above one, just
of
above
Fred
the average, is to
nonsensing
yellow highlight
on the
what's above
soundboard.
column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th.
Luckily, these are not powered cables.
Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Harnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about
No.
the
She doesn't
average
know.
wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So she can't be refreshed because she does not know.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle, that so these are your observations on February 1st.
Crimes on Vice. He's been caught on film.
And we've talked about the
At probable
journey
cause.
that the vehicle went on. You talked generally
He's being given pets,
about
though.
the
He's not
weather.
detained.
So,
He's free to leave. He just refuses to.
try and ask a question without too much.
I understand.
Understood,
Your Honor. Thank
the
you.
difficulty is with this witness is that he's trying to ask her a question that is for the jury and that is argument, and that this witness has already said that she has no knowledge of. This witness has already said she does not know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know if it being frozen is going to hold the glass in place, if it's practical, if it's not practical. She didn't do those studies. She doesn't know. But he wants the jury to be thinking about these things. So it doesn't really matter if she doesn't know or if she does know or if Scotty doesn't know. It doesn't matter. What matters is that the jury is sitting there going, how the fuck did this SUV drive all the way around in a blizzard with that glass sitting there? And some of the jurors might be like, well, it could have frozen. The snow could have been on it. And some of the jurors might be like, yeah, that's weird. That's why this is this part of cross. And the prosecution tried to get into it on direct and said, do you know if snow or freezing can cause things to remain in place? And she's like, I don't know. I haven't seen any studies related to that. She gave the scientific answer of, I don't know.
In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper?
Good hypothetical.
Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever...
It's a good hypothetical. Brennan, that is the most objection Brennan has objected. But you have to lay the foundation that this would be something within her scope of knowledge before you can give her the hypothetical. But again, we've already talked about the point of this.
Experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time. Have you ever done that?
No.
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
No.
Sustained.
Also, she said she didn't know. She said she didn't know.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper
She
with,
said it was not
did you say
embedded.
tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
What I appreciate about this witness is she answers what she knows.
You can take that.
And
that
she
down, Mr.
stays
Wolf.
in her lane. She
Moving on
stays
to
in her
another
lane.
category.
I don't know
Harnett.
that. I can't answer that. That is not in my
You
purview.
testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal
Because if it's
bumper,
my car,
but it was on a
human hair is
vertical
not always a safe
portion
assumption.
of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
Smooth.
That hair wasn't
Alessi, are you
secured
okay? Are you okay?
to that panel,
Emily,
was it?
stop.
No.
They're good questions about the hair. And the hair just,
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on
it
that
was just there.
quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped.
It was just
No.
there.
It wasn't glued. It wasn't stapled.
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever.
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that
was in my
broad, was
way.
it correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
She swabbed the Sola cups too.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dayton,
Was it a
Canton?
fantastic voyage?
Recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
They got there at some point.
Was it easy or
Before
hard
she arrived.
to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your Honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, Your Honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
He's like, we're going to start with incredulity and go from there. But I appreciate that
If
his
you could
cross
zoom in,
is
please,
pointing
Mr.
out
Wolf,
to the
For the
jury
jury and for Ms. Harnett.
what he is going to argue, or
Do
what the
you
defense
still
is going to
have a
argue
laser
is,
pointer, Ms.
how in the
Harnett?
world did
Yes.
this happen?
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
Yes.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, it's not a trick here, but I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape.
Not a different
so I want
location,
to give a
not a
contrast.
different
so
shape.
Whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
Different perspective.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again? What
None
you're
of us are
talking
clear.
about. We won't give it a name.
Okay.
Right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's correct.
Okay, very good. And that's the apparent hair.
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Harnett and the jury's benefit.
And that's what she was saying. From the last photo, she was saying
Could you
she could
draw
not
a circle
tell if the ends of the apparent hair were touching the vehicle or coming off of the vehicle. So she's like, I don't know which way it is. But yes, for everyone in the chat that says, are we now literally splitting hairs? I mean, I think it's a fantastic lesson in perspective and why perspective in photos and numerous crime scene photos matter. But that's not how the defense is going to argue it, I don't think.
Now, around the apparent hair.
Because I think they're going to argue it differently.
Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If that would be helpful to you answering questions, happy to do it.
Potentially, yes.
She
Thank
said
you.
from where her marking is would help her. Sure. There's one photo.
Maybe we zoom in if possible for each one so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first that you would like, and then we can. Okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is.
These are not her photos. I saw a lot of you in the chat asking, aren't these her photos? She did not take the photos. She processed the evidence. The individual who took the photos testified earlier today. Was he asked about this when he testified? No. No, he wasn't. Why? Because they wanted to ask this witness about it. She was not the one who took the photos. She collected the sample.
From slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct?
So Clark testified.
It's still the same from
Second
top
witness
to
today?
bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes, yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
No, the
same
angle's
location
different.
on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation.
They're
I
not
think
at
one
the same
looks-
angle.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
The angles of the photos are different.
570 horizontally, it's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in.
So what she's saying is that on one of the photos, she can't tell. On this, if you can see my pointer on this photo, it looks to me like the bottom of the hair or the bottom of the curve is touching the car on both of them. Because when you zoom in on them, it looks like the ends are pointing up on both of them to me. That is not what the defense is arguing. So the defense is arguing that it has gone from the ends of the presumed hair touching the vehicle to the ends of the presumed hair facing away from the vehicle. To me, it looks like on both sides, the ends are pointing up from the vehicle. That's how it looks to me in the zoomed in version, but that's not the defense's argument here. And we will see, but it is the same thing that is collected, photographed at two slightly different angles. And that is what they are asking. The jury will have these if they want to go through this, if it is helpful to them or not. Are there big issues in this case? Yes. Is this one of them? It depends on the jury.
Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
Yes, that's what she's saying.
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples.
He wants the jury to think about it, right?
Times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
What?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that, so that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Okay, and we're going to a sidebar. I'm glad that they put them up side by side. Again, it looks to me like if we are looking at a C shape, it looks to me like the back of that C shape is touching the vehicle in both photos and the ends are pointing out. But again, that's why there are 12 people that get to deliberate so they can say it looks this way to me and someone else can say it looks this way to me. And then you have a conversation because the jurors also have different perspectives on how they view something. All right. The court has called them all to sidebar. We are getting very close to the end of the day in court.
Mr. Wolfe? Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
I think the biggest question is, how is it still on the car? Again, if it is, and I don't remember if they tested the hair or not, if the hair is collected and tested to be John O'Keefe's, does it matter to me in this case much, given how much connection Karen Reed and John O'Keefe had? No, it doesn't. The bigger question is, how did it stay on the vehicle? And I think that is the bigger question. I don't know if you just argue it to the jury later, because this witness is like, it looks like the back part is touching the car, and then it's just photographed one this way and one it's looking that way because of the angle of the camera. But we know where the defense is going with this. They want the jury to be like, did it move? How did it move? Did it move because somebody like stuck it on there? Right.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Harnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions.
She's like, they look like they're from a different angle.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. And please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case.
So we're not done with this witness at the end of the day.
Any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Harnett, we'll need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the case. Yes,
Please follow me.
Well, that'll be witness 1 tomorrow. Oh, boy. Mander Pander Salamander said, EDB, did you ever accidentally call Dr. B, Your Honor, when you were arguing? No. If we're deferring to the court at my household,
yes. Can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
I would be the court. However, I can't say there aren't times I don't snark at him by saying, yes, doctor, the way someone would say, yes, chef. That does happen. But do I want to be a judge? No, it's a lot of paperwork and decision making. I'm very ADHD. Decision fatigue is real. Do I want to pick a job where all I do all day long is make decisions of varying degrees of severity, importance, needing various degrees of information and research? No. Like on the spot. No. No, I don't. And then there's all kinds of paperwork with like check boxes. No. And then lawyers fighting. No, because you're not even like a sports referee where you can be like everyone in timeout. You can't even red card people in court. Like there's no option. You can't look at the attorneys and be like, stop. Just nope. Yeah. You can't tell them to just shut the fuck up either. It's like, are you serious? Shut the fuck up. No. Judicial demeanor, 0. Commentator snark, 10. So yes, let's see if they go back on the record at all. It doesn't look like they do. So I think they're going to be dismissed for the day. I'm going to take a look and see if there is. Fred has now found himself in his Holo Taco cat bed and is very happy. Yep, that looks like the end of the day. All right. Oh boy, we are at the end of day 15. I saw JB in the chat said, why does the judge never work a full day? It is, I am sure, not popular, but I suspect that this judge is working well more than a full day because the judge has a lot of work to do when they are not on the record. This is true for any judge. I don't know if this is specifically true for this judge, but there's a lot of work they have to do when court is done. So I imagine that this judge is, even though they are off the record, still in chambers and still working. I also don't know what the regulations are in Massachusetts. In Los Angeles, if you ever watch a trial in LA, their lunch will be like an hour and a half plus long. That is a mandated break for court reporting staff. So there's no take 40 and come on back. We will be there then. There's a super long break for lunch. I don't know if this court staff has a hard stop, if the sheriff's department has a hard stop, if the court reporters have a hard stop. There might be other reasons. Court runs till 4. It might be that the court has other Zoom items on her docket because she's also handling a civil docket to handle. So there is, even when there's trial going on, there is a ton of work still happening for a given judge and the attorneys too, because they will generally also have other cases. The world kind of stops when you're in trial, but we know that the judge will have to keep working on their docket. And then there's motions that these attorneys have filed, and we haven't gotten to talk about it yet, but we will probably get to it tomorrow. There's also an issue of the buffer zone in this case. And the buffer zone in this case has an order that needs to be rewritten post haste. So I imagine the judge is still working, even though they are not still in trial. And I mean, it's like when I am done streaming, the workday does not end over here either. This is part of the workday, but there is still work to be done because I can't stream and research and read and prep everything. But a number of you in the chat said, I think the union has rules for a hard stop for court officers in Massachusetts, and that wouldn't surprise me. There are also some courts where court staff has not just union rules, but other types of things. I worked in a courtroom where somebody, I think it was the clerk, it was like once a week, there was a pickup time with a kiddo, and the court was like, we're done this time. Like every day, we are done at this time. But court also stops at 4:30 hard stop in Los Angeles because of the sheriffs and because of transportation. So there are a lot of reasons. Do I find it more surprising when judges work longer days, like in Florida, when Judge K was like, smoke them if you got them. Let's just keep going till like 7 p.m. I was like, what the fuck is happening in this court? 7? Court was running so late in Florida, and the judge is like, we're getting this trial done. We're running like 9 court hours. It was wild because that's not how courts I worked in operated. There's also a lot of jurisdictions that'll let jurors deliberate as long as they want. In California, they're like, it is 4:30. Everybody out. They're like, we can still deliberate. No, you can't. Get out. Everybody go home. You're going to be in traffic for 2.5 hours. To get there, just get out now. Hopefully you'll be home by 7. So all courts are different, but I don't think that this judge is not still working after court hours based on how much is going on and how many motions there are. So for all of you that said I felt personally attacked by Judge K's late hours, yeah, same. What case was in Florida? Sarah Boone is the case I recently covered in Florida. And the judge was like, and he would ask the jurors, he's like, does anyone have like a hard out or a hard stop? Do we need to put a pin in it for today? And the jurors are like, let's ride. We've also seen the media orders and the court decorum orders in Idaho that are like, court will run promptly from this time to this time. So it'll run from this time. It just is going to depend on the court. There are plenty of other things that I can quibble with this judge about, but the timing is generally more complicated than just the judge being done. Even though I will say this judge is prompt, there might be a lot of rules governing that. Hopefully that makes sense. She did allow Jackson to go past 4. She asked the jury if they wanted to go past 4 to finish up Trooper B on Monday. And I appreciate that the court asked the jury and was like, if you've got 5 minutes left, we can give it 5 minutes. And then I think went 15 plus minutes past. So tomorrow we're going to be resuming court with the last witness on the stand. Let's try to summarize today, and then I am going to have to go because my kiddo has an appointment, so I will need to hop on Zoom with him because, well, things are busy in the countdown to the end of the year and the beginning of the summer. So let's see if we can what sound do we need to summarize?
Do it. Not today, Judge.
All of it. We need all of it. Just all of it. At the end of day 15, we are well into the scientific foundational testimony. So all the testimony that lays the groundwork for the crime scene and lab analysts that are going to come in and testify about DNA testing and other scientific testing, about putting the light casing back together. And all of that foundation will be used not only by both sides to argue, but also be used when we get to the accident reconstructionist for both sides. So we are moving through that testimony. And well, one would think in a retrial that that would all be fairly sequential and almost routine at this point, because it is scientific testimony. You did this, you collected this, you photographed this. That is not how all of that went today, because when we got into the crime scene analyst who processed, the crime scene analyst from the crime lab who processed Karen Reed's SUV at Canton PD, Maureen Harnett, we had some moments that were a surprise, including Maureen Harnett opening an evidence box in court and then opening a bag that had the large taillight casing, because they took the entire taillight casing out of Karen Reed's SUV and showed it to the court. And then there was all kinds of just other stuff in the evidence bag, just random other stuff in the evidence. Well, not random, but there's all kinds of other stuff in the evidence bag. And there was a sidebar, and then there was a recess, and then there was lunch, and everybody, not everybody, but the defense, the Commonwealth, and the witness had to get together and look at everything that was in that bag, because she said, I did not put these in the evidence bag. Now, is that a problem that could have occurred because whoever pulled that evidence out at the last trial, because numerous witnesses used this evidence at the last trial, including the scientific lab personnel that did the manual, like puzzle piecing together of the taillight pieces, and they could have put things back in the bag differently when they were in court. Yeah, there's probably a pretty reasonable explanation for all of that. The problem is, this is the second witness in just a few days that has gotten on the stand, and there's been like, surprise, what's in that bag? Which is not what's supposed to happen when it comes to evidence. It shouldn't be a surprise what's in the evidence bag. Why? Because it's marked and it's written on and it's sealed and you know what's in there. But nope, not today. So that was a moment. Does how that error happened matter in this case greatly? Not really. What matters is how it looks to the jury that we are again having an issue with the evidence bags. We are again having an issue with who knows where that came from. And though another witness down the road might say, yes, I took all these out at a previous proceeding and put them all back in the same bag, the impression is still made that they're not quite sure everything that's in the evidence bags, which is part of the defense's argument that this investigation was not done with care and precision and attention to detail. And so for this witness on the stand, did this witness cause the problem? No. Is it this witness's problem? No. It's probably a problem from everything being in court last trial, then getting packed up and taken back. But somebody had to pack those evidence bags back up and seal them. But it wasn't this witness. So should they have brought in the witness who sealed these up before this witness? Maybe. But Brennan wasn't there the last trial to know how any of that was done. And so I think Brennan was just as surprised as everybody else. And was he trying to say, well, do you recognize this? Do you know that? And she's like, no, I don't. Should there be an evidence log of who brought it to court and who recovered it from court and what condition it was recovered in and where it was checked back into evidence? Yeah, there should be. Who would normally be in charge of that? Want to guess with me? Who would be in charge? Well, yeah, probably the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, or at least Bukhenik. Maybe they would have sent an evidence officer to court to do it. maybe. But generally, the lead detective, because you've got to get the evidence back from court after the hung jury. So it is a problem. And the defense isn't wrong in highlighting, Your Honor, we don't know what's in that bag. Of course not. What? It's supposed to just be the casing, and there's all this other stuff. The witness is like, there's this. But that wasn't the only moment for this witness. And it's not her fault, because those are not things that she did. She's just the witness on the stand that has to deal with it. Why do defense attorneys sometimes ask witnesses when it's not their job the question? Well, they want the jury to hear the question, and it doesn't really matter if the witness has an answer or not, or says that's outside my scope, because they want the jury to hear the question during that evidence coming in. And there was a lot of that with this witness. You don't know how the taillight got broken. You don't know how anything that was recovered from the car got recovered. You just showed up February 1st. You recover what you recovered. You saw what you saw. You documented what you documented. You don't make any conclusions about that, etc. But then we got to the issue of the glass on the bumper. During direct, it was elicited that there were 2 stickers indicating where glass was recovered from, asked by Hank Brennan, and the witness agreed. Well, on cross, Alessi zoomed that photo up and said, "Are that 2 stickers? Or is that a reflection of the sticker on the bumper in the tailgate of the SUV?" And the witness said, "I can't be sure, but it could be a reflection." And after quite a bit of questioning where Alessi said, "Do you have a doubt about whether it's 2 stickers or it's a reflection?" she said, "It's possible that it's a reflection. It's possible that it's 2. And she said, but it doesn't matter to her, because she said everything that was on the bumper was taken off with tweezers and all put into one bag. And so with it all being put into one bag, she said, for me, whether it's 1 sticker or 2 stickers, I took everything and put it together. And so with putting everything together, I then had all of the pieces, whether or not I used 1 sticker or 2 sticker. And she said, sometimes I use 1, sometimes I use 2. It just depends. And she said she uses the stickers to indicate in the photographs where she's seeing things on the car. So with all of that, I thought, okay, interesting. That is a moment. And I think the lack of attention to detail is to the party that's holding the photos when asking the questions, which would be Brennan. Though this witness, it didn't seem that she referred back to her report about whether there was 2 stickers or not. When we got to asking about the hair that was on and recovered, or the apparent hair that was on and recovered from the SUV, Alessi went back and forth with photos that were actually side by side. And the question there was, in one photo, the hair looks like it is a C shape, and the back of what would be the C shape is touching the vehicle. And in the other photo, it's a little bit more direct on. In those photos, I see the ends of what they are calling apparent hair, because we haven't gotten to the testing yet. I see the ends of the hair sticking up toward the camera in both photos, with the back of what would be the C shape touching the car. But I can see when looking at those photos how you could look at it and say, it looks like the ends are touching the vehicle in one photo and away from the vehicle in the other photo. Once they zoomed in, I saw the ends of that sticking up away from the vehicle towards the camera. But with the 2 different angles of the photos, it is hard to tell. And the insinuation that the defense was making through their questions were, did it move? Was it facing where the ends of the hair were touching the vehicle in one and away from the vehicle in the other? And they were in that line of cross-examination when we ended for the day. Emily, speaking of hair, do you have... Fred, do you have cat hair on your nose? Yeah, sure do. I've got cat glitter on my nose, which is also why you can't say if it's hair or not. It could be a lot of things. And it could be human hair, it could not be. At the end of the day, does it matter what it is or what it is perceived as by the jury? And with the hair on the vehicle, I think there's a big question of how is it still there after all the snow melted? But whose hair it is, unless it is like a dog hair or something. I don't know if it is helpful or not. Because if it's John O'Keefe's hair, he interacted with that vehicle a lot, and that vehicle was parked at his home frequently. I think the bigger point for the defense is how it got there, how it stayed there, and did it move when the photos were being taken. With any swabbing for DNA on the taillight, in the taillight casing, the entire casing was swabbed. And it seemed that she was pretty clear that not just the casing was swabbed, but it was only swabbed on the outside, not on the edges where the taillight was broken. And we also saw video from the Sallyport that we had not seen run before that shows snow actively melting and falling off of Karen Reed's SUV. And one of the questions the defense asked about it was, do you see the snow falling off the SUV hitting the bumper? She said, I wasn't looking at that, but the jury will be able to rewatch that back. The internet's probably going to go watch it back tonight. But at one point you could see the snow falling off of the back windshield, and it looked like to me hitting the crime scene tape, which was very close to the back bumper. So with all of that going on January 29th and the snow actively melting and falling off the car, I think Alessi and his cross did a very good job of pointing out, hey, look at all these things going on with the car, and yet there's pieces of glass just sitting there on the bumper, or apparent glass. The scientific testing of the glass hasn't come in yet, but it will. So do I think we're going to do another day of scientific witnesses tomorrow? Probably. Am I hoping at this point that that is leading towards the Commonwealth bringing in their accident reconstructionist? Yes. But I'm wondering if that's going to be their last witness, their accident reconstructionist. And I'm beginning to wonder if that is the witness they're going to end on, and they're going to do these experts and then their medical experts and then the crime scene, not the crime scene reconstructionist, then the accident reconstructionist last. I'm thinking that that's where we're headed with that. But we'll see. For those of you that do not have the Lawnerd app, go ahead and get the Lawnerd app so we can let you know when we're live, when things happen in court. I'm going to be updating you on another case in the app later today. Will I be doing it elsewhere? Probably not. Why? Because after court time is busy time. We got things to talk about. So I'll be letting you know in the app before I record the podcast. So Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com, iOS and App Store, free for you. We notify you when we change witnesses, when we get to cross-examination. If something wild happens in court, we'll send you a little nudge like, hey, you might want to tune in right now because it's going down. I'm yelling timber. Yes, we'll tell you all of that. But also when the daily case briefs drop on the Emily Show podcast and YouTube channel, we'll let you know when those are up too if you need to catch up on the case or the summaries or just want to take a look at it again. And those are much more synthesized from the streams. Let's get to some questions before I need to hop out of here for my kiddo's appointment. We will be back tomorrow at 8:15-ish, just depending on when court starts. And, you know, when my coffee is ready. It's the truth. It's the truth. I think we will be here at 8:15 tomorrow. Thursdays are a little bit easier because if you are local in Massachusetts, I will be on with Carson and Kennedy in the morning in the 7 o'clock hour talking about this case. So you can also listen to us there. They will have people text in questions, and we will be talking about this case tomorrow morning on Mix 104. So I think even if you're not local, I think you can probably find it online to listen to it. So let's just have a few questions and get going from there. It's just been a whole thing. Sharon D UK in the chat just said, I'm behind on the stream, but it's a magnifier. Sharon, whenever you get to this, the objection has been sustained. The law nerds say it's a toilet, so now it's been decided to be a toilet. And I generally, the chat is so good about not engaging in all of the wild fuckery that can happen with this case that when it comes to it being a toilet in the crime lab, we're just going to allow it. We're just going, it's just fine. Do I think it's a magnifier? But is it a toilet? Yes. We've decided that's what it is. That's what it is. Anna said, for my 41st birthday, spending it the same as last year. Anna, you and I have birthdays right in the same frame of time, and we're spending our birthdays the same way this year as last year, right? All of us May birthdays that are like last year, Karen Reed trial, this year, Karen Reed trial. Liz Bird said, I'm confused. I thought pretrial motions determined that Aruba was not coming in. Who opened the door for it? The Commonwealth is arguing that the defense opened the door for it, and the Commonwealth said they weren't seeking to elicit it unless the door was opened. And they're like, we're not even going to go there unless the door's opened. And they filed their motion and are arguing that the defense opened the door. Let me see if there's, I imagine that the court didn't put anything on the docket over lunch, but let me take a look real quick and see if there is anything, because I have it pulled up from this morning and I'm curious, but I don't think anything, well, the clerk might docket something while they're on the record. They're not marking exhibits. They have they have the time. Let's just take a peek real quick at the docket and see if there's any notation. It's just going to take me a minute to pull it up, and we will do that while the website is being slow. But the Commonwealth is arguing the defense opened the door by bringing in all of the text between Higgins and Reed, and some of those texts did talk about New Year's Eve, which we know is Aruba. They didn't say Aruba specifically, but they said New Year's Eve. Olivia T., I agree. Calling the Aruba witnesses but no Proctor is a choice. Yeah, and one that might backfire. Because if you don't call Proctor and you don't call Higgins and you don't call Brian Albert and you don't call Nicole Albert and you don't call Matt McCabe and you don't, and then you call the Aruba witnesses, it can either signal to the jury, like, this is what's important to focus on, or it can signal to the jury, what is the Commonwealth not telling you? And I think that's a real hard argument to make in this case, because you have heard so much about Proctor and so much about Tully, and there's been these little conversations around the issue of Proctor being former Trooper Proctor, not answering that question when the jury knows this is the lead investigator. And everyone can dick around all they want and be like, it's the case agent. The jury knows this is the lead investigator. So why didn't you call him? And I just have to wonder if what the jury might imagine if he's not called is worse. Because the jury's going to come up with answers if you don't give them answers. And I don't think the Commonwealth wants to roll the dice on that. I really don't. But then again, here we are. Alan said, it's my birthday. EDB and video games are a great way to spend it. Glad that you're here. Glad that you're here. Shaylee Chapman said, is your stream software going to be available for us? Shaylee, we have got to get it ready for us to use before we can even have that conversation. Part of it's going to depend on how much server power it takes, but we gotta be up and rolling first. So we will keep it in mind. We have been asked, so I will keep it in mind. Let's see. There is no ruling from the court on the docket with regard to the additional evidence. It doesn't mean that the court did not rule at one of the sidebar conferences, though. So, Erica said, paralegal here, and if this trial has taught me anything, it's to document it or it didn't happen. Correct. Just correct. When would you guess Proctor will be called? I don't know, because it's really hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that the Commonwealth really might not call him. But they really might not. And if you're going to call him, don't you kind of bury him in the middle? And don't you just put that with Bukhenik and kind of squish them together? I don't know. But it would be days. It would be days and days and days of Proctor. It just would be. Oh, Court TV was in the chat. Hi, Court TV. Orbiter said, I would pay extra money to have a case heard by a judge that freely breaks into song. I think the only way that's happening is in a Judge Judy style television show on the internet, which is just basically what we're doing, except real cases and both parties aren't paid. But wouldn't the C on the right be inverted like the Sallyport? Cammy. I don't know what's inverted. I don't know what's not inverted. I don't know what's a mirror image. I don't know what's a reflection. I don't even know. Robin said, remember her dad wiped off the back of her SUV? We did see that. It was either her dad or her brother. But yes, when Karen Reed and her family got to One Meadows Avenue, they were wiping off the back of her windshield. That was also before the car drive all the way up to Dighton and before it was flatbedded back. So it, I imagine, picked up more snow in that time. But yes, for sure. Labrador Mommy said, Fred, ask Emily if we can have Pondered merch. We do need to bring back the Pondered merch. It is on our list. We have a long list of merch related things, but don't worry, we have some new things coming and some things that have been requested to restock. We are working on it. Melanie, good to see you, said not trial related, which is why we kept it till now, because I try my best to stay on topic. When you do a bad job, Emily, mostly when we're on trial. But I saw that many in the chat responded, recently adopted a cat from my backyard, been feeding him for 2 years, and suddenly he wanted contact. How do you train a cat not to jump on you with nails when he wants to be petted? This is a difficult thing. We trim our cat's nails, but they've been having like just the ends, just the pointiest bits of their nails so that it does not hurt quite as much when they jump on us. But if this is a cat that is just getting used to contact, that's going to be a no-fly zone. You can put them down. You can try to anticipate what they do before they jump and kind of react to them before they jump on you. But there might be other reasons that cats are jumping onto you. So it might also be worth, as you bring them in, just having them looked at and checked. But cats wanting attention, sometimes you can tell they want attention before they like leap upon you to get your attention. So that might help, but we have not had cats randomly leap on us. People mentioned claw caps. Those can help. Make sure they have scratching boards though. Cats like to be up. So it's why our cat bed is like on top of a desk in this office, because cats do like to be up high. But I am definitely not a cat expert by far. And all of those things might help. And then also just make sure that as they are coming in, they just get checked out. So you know that they are feeling well, because cats communicate in all kinds of ways. Kelsey asked, are your cats named after the Weasley twins? Yes. Travis named our 2 ginger cats, Fred and George. Leonard Tay said, I'm a toe op. It's possible it would stay on, in my opinion. It's a lot of snow. Again, it's going to be up to the jury. I don't know if the glass and the hair under the snow, the jurors are going to have their own experiences with their cars in the snow. I don't know if it's going to be the end all be all. I think today, the how in the world did that happen was the point for the defense. And then the other point with the evidence bags, it's just messy. And in a case where there is so much argued about what's going on here and what's going on there, and I'm interested how the evidence is going to come in about the accident reconstructionist. Having the evidence, we don't know what's in this bag and we don't know what's in that bag. It's going to be difficult. And the defense is going to argue, well, this investigation didn't follow proper procedures. They didn't interview proper witnesses. They didn't develop theories. They didn't test the evidence in close proximity. There's no chain of custody. Like, how are all of these loops being closed for a jury to reach a verdict? And that's, I think, where they're going to go. I don't know if they're going to pursue the third-party culprit with regard to Higgins more. They might, but they might not. So let's see. Is that snow melting through exogenous means? Through the heated Sallyport? The Commonwealth's case is melting faster than the snow. The defense, I think, has been able to make their point on their cross-examination most of the time. Just most of the time. Let's see. Forgive me, EDB, I can't hold it in. Bring the cannon. It's going to be real interesting when we get to the cannon testimony. I am interested. And for everyone who hasn't watched this trial yet, there's a cannon. It will come up. It will come up at some point. Glad I moved out of Mass. Asked, Emily, did you ever go to a Red Sox game in Boston? I have not been to a Red Sox game in Boston. The closest I came to ever feeling like I was at a Red Sox game in Boston is when I saw Dave Matthews in Las Vegas and he played Sweet Caroline. That was a whole adventure. But also there were people sitting behind my friend Candace and I at that concert and said, regarding the playing of Sweet Caroline, is that a new song from Dave? And we were just like, no, it's a cover. I mean, it's a cover that he like never plays, but it's a cover. Oh, it's a cover. Oh, how old are you? That was the immediate follow-up was like, oh, we're the old ones. We're the old ones. It's us. It's us that are old. Fine. Carolyn Mills said, managed to catch a live. Thank you for your coverage of the trial. You're welcome. Downloaded Midas Merge Addicted. It helps with the stress of watching the trial. Isn't it fun? I love my casual mobile games. They're just easy. Greta said, whose responsibility is it in an investigation to order what and where is swabbed? How many swabs? So I imagine that the crime lab stocks their own swabs in whatever way they do it, but the lead investigator can ask and point out areas of interest. And then it is generally up to the crime scene tech to say, I think this is what's necessary based on the information you've given me. But like most fields, the information given, if the information given is not good, then the crime scene technician can only do so much because they are processing a car after the fact and on limited information. When I say worst game of telephone ever, that's what I mean. They only took swabs from one of those solo cups and it seems doesn't even know which one because she was told they all came from one stain or one stained area. They weren't separate. And that's not what the witnesses said. We also have a big, I think, should we be shocked, a contradiction with Canton PD saying we turned over that blood evidence to the crime scene tech. And you've got the crime scene tech saying, I swabbed it and gave it back to Canton. Well, where did it go? Does Gallagher still have it? Did he testify that they put it back into the refrigerator? I don't remember. Because I thought he said he gave it to the crime scene tech and the crime scene tech is like, and then we gave it back to Canton. Does Canton still have it? I don't remember. Melissa said, I swear I'm this close to writing a Lessie fanfic. I'm sure someone has started if you have not. This is the audience that would. Just change the name. Lisa said there's no way the size of the taillight corresponds to the wide range of injuries on John O'Keefe. We don't have an accident reconstructionist, so we will have to wait. How did the taillight get broken? G.A. Kimmy said, Emily, will we ever have access to any of the sidebar discussions? Is the court reporter documenting the sidebar? The court reporter is 100% documenting the sidebar. They are sealed. In Massachusetts, they call it impounded. My cat is all the way over there, and yet, a gift that keeps on giving. The sidebars are impounded, which means they are sealed, which means we do not have access to them, which means we cannot get them from the court reporter. They are not public record. They are not accessible. When this trial is at its conclusion, will those be unsealed? Hopefully at some point. So, hopefully at some point. Am I the only one that enjoys the more scientific testimony? I think it's interesting. Ashley, you're not the only one. It is interesting. I did ask for science earlier today and science arrived. And then I was like, wait, I thought we were getting into other, what are we doing? But we need to get through all this foundation because I want to hear from the medical experts and from the reconstructionist. It's interesting to me that they brought in everyone that took the pictures this case and are spending more time with that foundation and breaking that foundation down more specifically than they did in trial 1. I think it is a good option. I think it's a good option. Let's see. Elena, I don't, but I mean, in my work life, I've seen lots of photos of stuff. The victim's clothes in this case, there are questions that I have that I don't know if will be answered, but we don't have testimony from the hospital, but these clothes were on the floor of the ambulance and then the floor of the hospital and then snowy and wet in a bag and then drying out on a table and then who knows where. So it is difficult to be confident about what is recovered from the clothing. So when they're going to get into the things recovered from John O'Keefe's clothes, I think the defense will be bringing up the argument like these clothes were all over the place. So if there were fragments of Taillight, which the Commonwealth is going to argue, they mentioned it in opening, found on the clothing, and the car was in the possession of the Commonwealth, that is where the defense is going to go with that. And we'll get there when we get there, because we're going to get there with the other lab testimony. And I imagine that'll be tomorrow with those other lab, the lab who did the analysis on the composition of the plastic and the composition of any glass and testing those things against each other and the rest of it. So I think we'll see that tomorrow or the next day, depending on how fast things go. Mandy said, it's my birthday. Well, happy birthday to you. Lots of you with birthdays. Lots and lots. Shauna, you are not the only one that's asking this question. Your profile picture is fabulous, by the way. Wouldn't there be salt and water spots on the taillight housing? It looks pretty clean. The taillight housing, most of it was facing the interior of the car on the backside, but she also swabbed the whole thing. So I don't know if that would change it. They did not ask her if it was spotted like the rest of the car. If I were on the jury, I'd want to go back and look at the photos of there was one really clear photo today of the back of the SUV and look at both taillights. But it's a question that's come up quite a lot in this case because the black SUV is just spotted to all hell with the snow and the salt and what have you. Kelly and everyone who gifted memberships, thank you for the gifted memberships. I swear I'm still cool, so just hit unfinished wood. I know. Lisanne said, yay. Finally able to become a member again and pay for the app for the year. Well, welcome. I've missed you. VidCon. No VidCon for me this year. This trial is probably still going to be going. Covering VidCon and this trial last year was exhausting. And I have some other travel to California for a birthday party for my dad that it would have me traversing the country quite a lot. So not this year. Not this year. So we'll see about next year. But yes, too much travel with everything else I've got going on. We are trying to do more Law Nerd things in person. The trial coverage this year is keeping us really, really busy because Kohberger is going to be a very, very long trial. This one's a long trial, but that's going to be a long, long trial. Trisha asked, is there even going to be a VidCon this year? There's supposed to be. They've been announcing things. It's a whole new owner, whole new setup. So I don't know what it's going to be like this year. I'm going to let everyone else tell me. And that is my kiddo because he has an appointment. So I need to get on the phone with him. Law Nerds, thank you for being here. You know to do the appy things and the like and subscribey things. I'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. Court days are long days. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court. And of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Law Nerd app. Thank you for being here and thank you for being a Law Nerd.